Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? For those who follow on Restream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and for those who follow my showroom TikToks under ApeSeals895, I'm your host, Ape Sias, or CS, here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Spiritual warfare, warrior destiny. Guess what we're going to talk about, as I'm getting older, I'm remembering things of the past, that makes me who I am right now as an individual, which leads me to do this works that I do here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. What I'm going to do real quick is share out this live, brothers and sisters, to the groups that I share on Facebook. And we're going to talk about this. There we go. Let me share this out. We're all shared out here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Let me send a message to somebody real quick. There we go. We're all shared out here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? Hope everybody's doing great. How you doing, Sister Beyond the Box? How's everybody doing this beautiful Sunday evening? I hope everybody is doing great. As for me, I got me plenty of rest after doing, I don't know how long the show was, but it was pretty long last night. Uh, but I got me some good rest. And I know I was watching this thing, dealing with watching something dealing with witches and stuff earlier on Facebook, and as I was watching the thing, it was talking about witches and vampires and stuff. How you know the Nosferatu has been here, and dealing with magic and spells and all this kind of things. And as I was watching that show, I started remembering things that I remember, since uh, my grandmother was affiliated in that nature with, I guess you could say, with witchcraft. She was a witch. What kind of witch, I do not know. All I know is from my older cousins that were way older than me, like 20, 30 years older than me, that they would tell me this and that, in which she would explain a lot of the crazy events that would happen where we lived, since our grandmother lived right beside us. It explains a lot of things. But I don't want to give no power of belief to things. The only thing I can do is for what my memory call is, and I'm gonna see if maybe my brother wants to jump in here. Send him a message if he wants to jump on or not. But I remember things, after watching this episode. It was pretty interesting. It was just it was just dealing with witches. How they put spells in the land and control certain territories, in which I've run into this kind of witches before. That they say they're territorial witches. I guess so they're witches that watch over the lands, but there's territorial witches all throughout the United States, uh, which they, I'm not going to say protect, but I'll say they make spells in order for us to keep certain things, I guess, out of the areas or whatever, or because they're in charge of those areas. They're set there for a reason. So I don't know. I don't want to look too much into that, but maybe Sister Brenda might be able to help me. So right now, what I'm gonna do is gonna drop a link because I'm gonna get into some of the stories here, which it would explain to me a lot of things, of what I witnessed when I was growing up, and I've witnessed some things, brothers and sisters, when I was growing up, and this is what I want to share here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Some of the events that I witnessed when I was a kid, of other things that people talk about. They said that they're in existence. Are they in existence? Is it an illusion? Is it all part of the mystical realm of magic, sorcery, and witchcraft? So this is what I want to talk about here tonight. That's why I call it spiritual warfare, uh, what did I put here? Warrior destiny. It's because when it's your calling, this is who you are, who you are, and sometimes there's a lot of things that happen to distract you from your path or your journey of how you're supposed to be. How you doing, Sister Brenda? How you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I've just been relaxing. So,
How's your eye
okay,
doing, sister?
well, it is a little better, but it's still pretty cloudy. So I think slowly but surely it's gonna be okay. But I went away from the computer for a minute, so I didn't have my earbuds on. And when I came back, I heard you say maybe I can help you with something. So I was like, what? What am I doing?
Well, no, I was just going to talk about certain things that I remember. I was watching YouTube, and I was watching this show. It wasn't a show. It was more of a. It was dealing with some scrolls that somebody found or something, or not scrolls, but things that happened during the times of, I guess, in Massachusetts with the witches, where they were getting persecuted,
Oh, yes, the Salem witch trials.
Salem witch trials, and it went into the depth of where there's witches, that they came from, of course, overseas, but where they were coming from, some of them came from Europe, from other locations, and what they were fighting against were the Nosferatu. They were fighting vampires, right?
Right.
And then some of those witches came to this new land because the vampires were in Europe, and Nosferatu was in Europe, and they came to the pilgrimage and all to set up camp to be able to help out the people that are moving into the new land because uh, this this Nosferatu were coming from Europe to the U.S. also, but they're like, I guess you could say, uh, like hunters, or for different things. Some were hunters, some were protectors. Everybody had their own different thing, but it was dealing with that with the Nosferatu back in the, I think, like back in the days, like 1600s, 1700s, 1800s.
Yeah.
You know how some of these vampires have been here for a very long time. And the things that they would do, and there was a bunch of them. So basically, uh, the there was one that there were the witches. They would put spells, would put symbols, to so if a vampire will come, it would the spells or the symbols would trap them with magic, so they would have no power or something in that nature, right? That's what I was viewing, and I was trying to think to myself, man, this is a little bit mixed up here because what we know the witch trials, was dealing with with the church and stuff like that. But then, as I was viewing the footage, they were talking about how the vampire, one of the vampires, was infiltrating, and he was seeing all the moves. He had the ability to see where the symbols were on the houses, and wherever they placed a symbol, he was able to see it. So it was infiltrating them. So he started placing certain things like dolls and things of like witchcraft in
Right.
the locations where this witches were, and so the people, there was like two little girls that he corrupted, and he used those girls to say, it's to say that there were witches, that they were controlling them and stuff like that. So they started executing the witches. Now, uh, whether it's true or not, because of what we know about the Salem's witch trials. What do you know about the Salem's witch trials, Sister Brenda? What
You
happened? I
know,
know. Remember the one that the little girls were pointing, and they were saying that they were a witch or he's a
yeah,
witch.
and
Maribeth.
I think a lot of there may have been a witch or two amongst them, but I think that in the witch trial, while most of them were killed, was I had read this story that these little girls, they were kind of troublesome and they would get into trouble, and these women would say things to them, and they would go around and say, "That's she's a witch, she's a witch." So I think a lot of these people passed away and they weren't witches. But I also think that back in those days, those witches had abilities because they knew things.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, my grandmother used to tell me all the time that if she was alive in that period, that she probably would have been put to death because she had abilities. But back then they didn't know how to tell the difference between somebody that had abilities and somebody that was doing black magic. They didn't know who to blame, so they just gathered everybody, which is kind of a scary thought. For real.
Yeah. The reason I was saying, because the story that I was reading, it's talking about the vampires, from Europe, that came from Europe into the United States, and how they were setting up, trying to invade the U.S., and just uh, take over the U.S. They got placed in certain areas within the United States.
Yeah.
So the vampire, he did that. The Salem witch trials. He was part of that, and he killed most of the witches that were here to supposedly protect. They were
Right.
like curanderas, like the curandera I met, and I guess my great great grandmother was like a healer also. So they
Right.
had this abilities dealing with. I guess they knew how to discern symbols, and they knew
Right.
about the spirit and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
the
I
vampire, the
vampires.
vampire secretly, you know,
Yeah,
uh,
and
did all
they didn't
this.
they didn't like dealing with witches because witches knew who they were. Or should
Yeah.
I say, people with abilities knew who they were, and
And
they didn't want to fight with them. So they thought, well, we'll just do this little pack thing and get rid of them.
yeah, so that was the main thing. So before the head witch got crucified or got killed, uh, she made this. She kept little pieces of and put, I guess, her spirit or energy in this items, and she gave them to this man. She made a handkerchief with some symbols on it, and she said that there's going to be others after me, that will understand what this means because I guess they get reborn or whatever. That's where, or not reborn, but the others that with the same gifts as they had, that they will
Hmm.
come and will understand what that means
Yeah.
because it's like within the spirit, right? And so this man kept this handkerchief and some items, and there was this man that surfaced up because people were dying during the Black Plague and other where people were being found with no blood. And I've seen that, of
Right.
things with no blood.
Yeah.
And
That.
that's why when I was listening to this, it made sense to me in a way because I remember the 70s when supposedly the chupacabra was running loose. You all remember the chupacabra?
Right.
This happened like in the 70s and the 75 when I told you the story like in 1974, 75. And I wanted to share that, because sometimes when you look something, it resonates to you of events that happened to you that you remember things.
Yeah.
So I was seeing all these things and I started remembering, like for example, and I wish there would be more people here, but to share the what I'm going to share. But
Um.
I
Right
remember that.
now. Right now,
Yes.
I think Josh is still there, but he's probably getting ready to wrap it up here soon. So they should be along pretty soon.
Oh, I don't know. I seen him live earlier, but said I'm not gonna. I was gonna go live at 11, but I started doing other things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he's still live.
Yeah. But he was getting ready to wrap it up. He was just taking some questions and
Yes.
stuff.
So
So
before I go in depth of this, I'm just when I seen this video that there was dealing with somebody had this information, they put it out there dealing with the Nosferatu and all this, and then the things that I remember uh, that happened when I was growing up, and things that I remember, because I have the spiritual gift
right.
to be able to discern these things, just as witches, and you could say, there's times that people have come up to me uh, that I don't even know who they are, and they try to call me a warlock,
Oh dear.
and uh, and I told them that I'm not a warlock, that I believe in Jesus Christ, but I guess because of the bloodline, right?
Yeah.
But it makes sense to me, when it resonated big time with me that I needed to talk about this, because of the things that I've witnessed. There's been numerous times, I mean, that I've witnessed, but you want to call it the Nosferatu. I've witnessed these things numerous times throughout my life. Uh, Things in this nature that look, whether it happened when I was a kid, what I've seen in Elms Grove and what I've seen in Europe when I was in Europe. Yeah,
Right.
I witnessed these things, uh, just like I witnessed that of, when we talk about werewolves, lycanthrope, gypsies. I witnessed that. I witnessed these things, but it's a gift. But I could resonate to what they were saying, because I know that not all witches are bad. That there are some
Right.
witches that do things through uh, like healers. You get the
Right.
curanderas.
Yeah.
What would they be called? Healers. I think that's what they're called, right?
Healers, white witches.
White witches.
Yeah. Now,
So you,
I want to say, way back in the 70s when a lot of that stuff was happening, we didn't know what we know now. So, like, when they would put out on the news that a farmer walked out and he had 10 sheep that were all dead, they were drained of their blood, we didn't think vampires because they told us different things, you know, what could have done this. But now, what we know, yes, those could have been vampires.
exactly. Uh, so uh, those animals in the 70s, they were trying to blame it on a creature called a chupacabra.
Yes.
You see, the Nosferatu has been here for a long time, and they were known to do this. During the Black Plague, there was a lot of people being found that way with no
Yes.
blood in their bodies. They were
That's
getting
true.
mixed up with the people that had the Black Plague. So the Nosferatu has been doing this for a very long time. Vampires,
Yeah.
Nosferatu, whatever you want to call them. And I remember the 70s that it was so bad that they kept the children inside the houses.
Right.
You got to remember, there's Nosferatu. They can mind control. They can control, but there was a lot. The only thing I don't understand about that, if why would they kill just animals? Is it because they didn't want to be found out?
That,
Uh,
yeah, I would think
Maybe they
so.
were following orders, as in, hey, you can only kill so many things, but there's going to be a time when we're going to rise. The time for us to rise is not right now. We gotta uh, eliminate the people that know who we are, or well, we know what we're up to. Like a game plan. But yeah, I remember dead goats one time. There was dead goats, dead horses, dead cows, animals that had no blood in them.
Yep. I remember that.
And people, I believe there might have been a couple of people that they were found that way too,
Probably
with
because back then
no
they
blood
had,
in the body.
yeah, and back then they had like so many so-called serial killers running around. And some of them didn't seem like they would have been the type to do it, but mind control or being set up, maybe they were covering. Maybe somebody was covering. To have the vampires infiltrated our government and our lives and our world. So they cover up. There might have been bodies found, and they didn't want to say, oh, it had two holes in its neck and was drained of blood because it,
But
you know,
but the only ones that would know something like that will be the people that deal with the bodies,
yes,
undertakers, or what do you call them,
the coroners.
the coroners
Yep.
would know of markings like that.
Hmm.
The coroners would know if something, and even if they kept the bodies there, if the body would rise or whatever, I'm more than sure that we would know something wasn't right.
Right. Yeah.
So I wonder how many bodies, if there were, uh, with marks like that on the neck, how many bodies that they were in the coffins had a stake in their heart.
Right. Well, they did do a lot of closed caskets back then. So, good possibility, a lot of them. So, do you think that,
And I don't know why I'm talking about Sister this Brenda, because this is something that just resonated with me, and I started remembering. When you see something, it's just a plethora of memories that were blocked started coming out, that I
yeah,
started remembering, and that's why I'm talking about it right now.
yeah,
Because I remember certain things, certain events, that it just makes perfect sense. With the things, for example, when uh when I encountered the Hat Man, he had the top hat, he had a like a cape, and he had the red eyes looking at me.
yeah,
What was it? Was it something demonic, or was it possible a Nosferatu? Because the Nosferatu also is known to be able to shapeshift, to change form.
huh,
It doesn't have to be in the form of the vampire; it can change it to an animal also.
yeah,
So, what do you think about that? When they talk about Jack the Ripper, they think that Jack the Ripper was a person that could time travel. What if the Jack the Ripper was kind of like a Nosferatu,
yeah. And they
and
they
and
never
and
really
the time
found out who
travel
that
was
was.
it's just the excuse for the cover up that they're vampires.
Right. Well, uh, so if we had that many vampires, Okay. And they could live forever, they say vampires, unless they get a stake in the heart. But so where are they? Are there still, do you think that they have gotten into modern times and they're still out there? Like, I know everybody says that New Orleans is one of those places where it's creepy. So could they be congregating somewhere like in New Orleans? Well, there are probably other places too, but New Orleans is like the creepiest place ever. So
Well, if they're here, they gotta have money.
yeah,
So if they have money, they're gonna have loyal people that are loyal to them.
well,
They're
yeah,
they're their caretakers
they use
that they
their
know that they
minds.
know about them to protect them.
If they walk in someplace and they want a beer, I'm pretty sure all they do is stare at them and you know control their mind and get a beer. I mean, I I don't know. I've heard people say that there are vampires still in a lot of places. That's one thing that I have not ran into as far as I know. So, but you're right. And they say that movies and books and a lot of stuff like that, they put a lot of truth in it. So the whole mind control thing with them, I understand, you know, that it's just like demons. Demons can do that too. They get in your head and they talk to you through your head. So,
Yes.
I can imagine that that's what they do. Are vampires demons, do you think?
I would say that they fall in the same category as dealing with witchcraft, necromancy. So I would assume, or kind of like the blood of is it Cain, like the blood of Cain,
Right.
something of that nature that they've been here for a very long time. Uh, no, all I know is that they originated from somewhere else, and they're here. They're here because they like migrated over here, basically.
Right. If they just came here.
Now, of course, you got pretenders that they claim to be vampires just because they drink blood out of an ivy or they cut somebody up and drink blood of somebody's arm,
Yeah,
right?
that's crazy. Who would want to do that on purpose?
You got pretenders, but I mean, the Nosferatu, do they have fangs or do they have something else that'll leave the three marks? Something, it's got to be something that's going to suck blood.
Right.
I don't see where, I mean, the fangs, is it to penetrate and to drink the blood, or is it
Yeah.
something that's going to penetrate the screen, the skin and suck the blood out like a straw? I mean, what is it?
Well, it's got to be something sharp, and they stick it in the jugular because that's the main flow vein. So it's got to be. I would think it would be teeth. Because that if somebody comes up to you with a sharp dagger and gets that close to you, you're going to see it and fight back. But if they're, I don't know, I've heard they're like suave and it starts kissing your neck and all of a sudden dig something in, it's got to be teeth, I would think, you know?
Well, the reason I say that, Sister Brenda, is because in the 70s, when these animals were being found with no blood, there was only one mark. There was a hole.
Oh, really?
There was a one mark. All the animals that were being found had one mark. Was like a hole where the blood had been sucked out of. One hole
Huh. Well,
where it was in the mark of two fangs, but one hole where something had left a hole where the blood came out. That's why when that was happening, people were saying, "Okay, the chupacabra," and then they were saying the UFOs. They were saying that aliens were
more
experimenting on the
some
animals.
like something came out of their mouth and smacked into the to the jugular and sucked it out like their tongue or something?
But they were being found with only one hole
Yeah,
on the body. I guess the point of entry and the point of exit where the blood was being drained out of their bodies.
yeah.
It was in two bites. It was one hole. So that's what they were saying, that maybe UFO aliens were experimenting on our animals, and taking the bodies, experimenting, and just dropping out the body, just leaving one mark.
Yeah.
In the 70s, that's what it was. It was uh, animals with one mark. Let me look it up real quick just to double check. But
Okay.
that's what I remember.
Yeah, I remember when all that happened. I was still pretty young, but I do remember um, that happening out in the country. And because I remember my mom always saying, "We are never moving to the country." I'm like, "Oh God, here we go." But you know, oh come here, this stupid thing. They never. We get lied to. I mean, okay, look. If we have aliens or we have vampires coming in and out everywhere, our government's got to be in on it. They have to know about it because our military, I would think, would at least know about it. They'd be the first ones.
Yeah, it's saying here in 1975, cattle mutilation mystery. In 1975, cattle mutilation became a nationally recognized issue in the United States, particularly in Colorado and Idaho. But it was happening in Texas also, because I
Yeah.
remember hundreds of animals were found dead under mysterious circumstances. This one's saying that their eyes, their ears, udders, anuses, sex organs, and tongues were precisely removed with surgical-like incisions.
Mm.
A lack of evidence. A key perplexing detail was that the absence of blood at the scene. Despite the extent of the injuries leading to the description of animals being drained of blood, there was also no footprints, tire tracks, or signs of struggle of scavenging animals in the immediate vicinity. So no traces of blood, a single drop of blood. And then says the sheer number of incidents prompted investigations by local law enforcement, State Bureau of Investigation. Then it's talking about the Idaho National Guard, Idaho, the
Yeah.
Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF. The FBI declined to investigate, citing lack of evidence of
Wow.
further jurisdiction, such as a crossing of state lines by perpetrators. Here's some of the theories. The mysteries fueled various theories ranging from satanic cults to extraterrestrial involvement. Uh, UFO enthusiasts claim aliens were responsible. Then, outcome despite intense investigation, the cause of the mutilations was never conclu- conclusively solved. Then it says here the events of 1975 also coincided with reports of similar livestock killings in Mocha, Puerto Rico, where which were attributed to El Vampiro de Mocha, the vampire of Mocha, a precursor to the Chupacabra legend.
Hmm. That's interesting. Well, okay. Boy, they're so confusing because so they say it comes with the legend of the chupacabra. Well, if that's the case, then why do they say that it's just a legend and not real? But what is happening to all those animals? Is a surgeon has a surgeon gone mad and ran around the country with a scalpel and decided to just mutilate a bunch of cows and drain its blood? I don't think so. So there had to have been something. Chupacabra, aliens, vampires. I think that every time they have specific, I think that they're here and they may even be in government. And I think that every time they have incidents, they find other things to blame it on. You know, they use a, they could use a fictional character, or they find somebody who's not right in the head and they blame them so they can't fight it because they don't want anybody to find out about the actual vampires.
Then I looked up what happened in the valley when that I remember what the story that I was going to share here in a moment. This is in 1975 in the Rio Grande Valley. I put if there was any animals because I remember my dad worked for Purina Shaw and he worked with ranchers. So
Yeah.
some of the ranchers that he worked with were finding their cattle with no blood, their their cows, their goats, and pigs with no blood, like dead animals, And I
Wow.
remember this. So what happened in 1975 in the Rio Grande Valley? It was dealing with it was called the Big Bird. So let's talk a little bit about the Big Bird here.
I don't know if I've
The
ever
Big
heard
Bird.
about the big bird.
This happened in the Rio Grande Valley, and I'm going to share the story of what happened to me when I was a kid.
Okay.
Uh, in 1975 is the same time frame that the mutilations were happening in this other places. And then in late 1975 and early 1976, the Rio Grande Valley was gripped by local news stories and sightings of a large mysterious creature referred to as the Big Bird or Big Abby. The phenomenon generated significant public interest and local terror, with one incident in December 1975 involving a rancher finding a goat with its heart and lungs missing. Through the reports focused on a lack of blood, which became part of the cryptid legend. See what else it says here. Yeah, so there you go. It was ripped apart and it was missing blood, a lack of blood. And this happened in 1975, the same time frame that these other incidents were happening somewhere else where the animals were being found with no blood.
Oh, wow. So, oh yeah, okay. You're waiting for more people to come in before you tell the
Yeah,
story.
I'll share the
Okay.
stories in a moment. So we
Yeah.
can, we can talk about this. This is in 1975.
Yeah. And look at today. I think there's still stuff like that that's happening. It's just not widely exposed. People don't really talk about it anymore.
Well, the cow mutilation still happens because I've heard of a cow. Matter of fact, here in Central Texas, that was missing a piece of meat off of it.
Oh, wow.
The hide it was missing. It still lived, so they got the hide from a dead cow and sewed it on it.
Oh, wow.
So we got a Frankenstein cow running around Central
Frankenstein
Texas. They're saying that it was
now.
a pack of wolves that did that. It took a big chunk of meat off of it.
Dang. They must have been hungry. Incredible. So, well, yeah, I can see. I guess I can say, yeah, you're right. It is still happening. I've kind of always thought that, anyways.
But with technology, you got all this IVs that people donate blood and all this stuff. So that's another source of drinking without being unnoticed.
Yeah.
When you see all those movies like Blade and you know how they supposedly get the blood from people and stuff like that. I mean, an easy place for them to do something like that would be at a hospital
Right.
of the people that are ill that are already sick, so they ain't gonna notice the difference if they're missing blood out of them.
Right. And I remember a few years back, somebody had said that someone broke into the blood bank and they didn't take all of the blood, but they broke in there and they took a lot of it. Now, why? What do people need with that? I mean, why would you break into a blood bank and steal blood unless you want to drink it? Who does this?
So I'm changing the title: Spiritual Warfare, Vampires versus Witches.
Yeah.
Would that be a good one?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There you go. I changed the title: Spiritual Warfare, Vampires versus Witches. Because I think, you know, the stories I want to share, it has to do with all this because I remember seeing things like this, because the Nosferatu, they have they can uh how should I say, manifest, appear, and disappear in the through the elements.
Yeah.
They can look uh like fog, like dew, like a mist.
You know what? That reminds me of something, Abe. When I first found out that I had a rare blood disease, they sent a doctor in to see me who was a blood specialist, I guess. I only seen her once. She was pretty creepy and she had dark circles under her eyes. And she just gave me the creeps. And she had said something about, you know, well, we need to go in and probably take so many pints of blood out and let your blood regenerate. And then we'll take a little more until it. I never ended up going back to her because I thought to myself, this woman's crazy. And
Wow.
I didn't, she gave me the creeps and she worked at the old Metroplex. And
I was trying to invite Jack on, but I don't know. He might be asleep.
is he sleeping? Poor guy.
No, I think he's got a. He's he's got to work. He's got to get used to working night shift again. So he's gonna be up all night, then go
Oh,
to sleep during the day.
well, he better get up. What better way to stay up all night than to jump on here with you? So, yeah, I think that they may be in hospitals, have specialties that deal with, you know, organs and blood. That's scary. Like people who need heart surgery and stuff, that would be kind of scary. Knowing that you have a vampire working on you. Hmm, I never thought of that, but it makes sense.
Yeah, and you gotta remember one thing, that the only way of Nosferatu or anything, right? Nosferatu, demon, or anything can come into your house is if you give it permission, right?
Right.
Give it permission, or you have a spiritual opening. So if you're watching your Q's and P's and you're not leaving those openings and you're not allowing it in your home, it cannot enter your home.
Right.
That's the good thing about that, right? That it can't do nothing to you without your permission. But it can play games, it can do things that it's gonna, I guess, get underneath your skin, right?
Yeah.
But they're always trying to find a way in which I remember, I wish there was more viewers so I can talk about this because I want to talk about the things that I remember when I was growing up. But I'm gonna let you share something that I'm thinking that this all could be affiliated, Sister Brenda, even with you might have gone through uh, when what you went through when you were a kid. That there's a lot more involved there than what they're saying.
Yeah.
Uh, I believe just like that. I remember this. Guess I don't know what. Uh, it seemed like people would come out at nighttime dressed all in black, and I remember being small, like a year and a half, and the door was open, and you could see somebody pacing back and forth in front of our house. It was cold, and you could see the smoke coming out of the person's mouth because it was cold outside.
Right.
And my mom had me in her hands, and the person was pissed off, and the person was saying, "Give them up, give them to us now, give them up." And my mom said no, and she kept me there with her. But whatever was out there pacing back and forth couldn't come inside the house. Uh, I wish we had, which would make sense to me. We had the spiritual crosses and all the windows and doors.
Yeah.
The heavenly the we had the crosses were made out of the from Holy Palm Sunday
Yeah.
that they were blessed. We had them on each window and doorway of our home. Yeah, and we're living in the in Texas in the Rio Grande Valley. Why would we have crosses on every entryway? Is it because it's part of the religion of being Catholic, or is it was it that way because there was a lot more involved? There was a lot more things happening around
Right.
that nobody knew about.
Well, maybe that's why
And
they
another thing that
also.
I remember is my mom's and my grandmother's house. She had crosses also, but she also had garlic hanging
Right.
everywhere. And I would ask her, "Why you got those baskets where you hang the onions and stuff so the fruits can stay,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
vegetable can stay fresh." But I'm talking about she had a lot of garlic, all like in. She had a piece of garlic on top of the doorways, on the windows. I remember this. So what was she? What was the garlic hanging on the doorways and on the windows?
Well, that also might be why nowadays they tell you not to put welcome mats in front of your door or even hang a sign that says welcome, because I think, just like in the movies, vampires cannot come into your house unless you invite them in. So also keeping crosses and garlic, well, back in the old days, that's what they used to say when it came to vampires. A cross will burn them, and the garlic will burn them, and they won't come around you.
And
So,
another thing is that I remember. Um, I mean, my grandmother she would cure with herbs. The remedies of she had a garden in front of her home with all kinds of different kinds of plants. I don't know what kind of plants it were. She had aloe veras in front of her home, and she had all kinds of different kind of herbs around her home. People. I don't know. All I know is a lot of events happen. I didn't. Me personally didn't know. I know she in her restroom she kept pictures of sirens, of mermaids all over the walls. And I would ask her, I was like, Grandma, why do you have all these pictures of this mermaids? And she would tell me those are my sisters. That's what she would say.
oh,
Like your sisters. And then she wouldn't say nothing no more. But then if you go all the way to uh, the Watchers, how they slept with women that gave the birth to the Nephilim, they changed form. Some would turn into harpies and some turned into sirens.
yeah,
I guess it was be considered sisters of some kind of sort, right? Because they were the ones that gave the birth to the Nephilim.
yeah.
But the sisterhood calls themselves the sisterhood, right?
Yep.
But what do female witches call themselves? Sisters?
Yeah, actually, they do. And when they have a coven of them, they do call themselves sisters.
No difference than like the nuns. They call themselves sisters.
Yep. Yep.
So would they be affiliated in some kind of way, shape, or form?
Well, they could be. I mean, I've never really met a nice nun. Have you?
No.
Yeah. They, I know I went to Catholic school for about a year and I never met a nice one. They were always mean and kind of scary and just bad. So maybe. Maybe
The only one that I remember looked like a nun was Mary Poppins.
and she supposedly wasn't a nun. She
No,
was a
she was.
nanny.
What was she, anyways?
A
Mary Poppins.
nanny. A nanny, like a caregiver for people's kids when they had to work and stuff.
But she was flying like a witch, wasn't she?
Yeah. She used her umbrella.
There we go. So that's what they say.
That's true.
Sister Neva's angel said, "My mom hated them." What did she hate, Sister Cynthia? I'll drop a link here if you want to jump on and join us.
Yeah, and also I want to tell you if you didn't get a notification, go into your subscriptions and unsubscribe and then resubscribe because uh, YouTube plays games with that. I'll lose a subscriber and then they'll end up back again. So that's the best thing you can do if you're not getting notifications.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm coming down with something. I think I'm catching a cold. I know several people that have a cold right now, and even some of them never leave their house and don't know how they're getting it. She said, "Let me see, it hates me."
So right now we're talking with spiritual warfare, vampires versus witches. Believe it or not, I mean I know I'm going a little bit out of topic of what I normally talk about, but it's dealing with something that I remembered after seeing this episode of how supposedly the witches of was it Massachusetts,
Yeah, the
how they battled,
Salem
how
witch house.
the Salem witches, how they're actually battling the Nosferatu. Before they came to the states, they were battling them in Europe. They came to the states to be ready for the Nosferatu that was going to come into the new land,
Yeah,
so that they battled them. You know, so they were setting up grids. I guess you could say grids, and they were placing symbols all over the on trees, on buildings, that they could identify themselves of who they were, or what their abilities were. And the Nosferatu, it's a they would tie bind. I guess you could say tie and bind them through magic
yeah. Hi, Cynthia.
Hello,
and destroy them.
What was it your mom hated?
nuns.
Yeah. See, and a lot of people say nuns have a bad rap, but you know what?
They
Look at
shouldn't
what
have
they
caused it.
did. Yeah.
They shouldn't have caused it. They were not very nice.
No.
Well, my mom told me a story of when she was little. She lived there in Texas and she went to a Catholic school. And she said that it was just a really like heavy, dark vibe there.
Yeah.
And she they ended up leaving because my mom and I don't know who else it was. She was young, and I guess some of her other siblings they didn't like it, but she was singled out for a really jerk priest too,
Yeah.
that used to teach there. So she said that one time she was going to the bathroom and she was going through the hallway and she was in an area. I guess she took the wrong turn or something. She got lost because she was little, and she said that she could hear, you know, um, just a bunch of noise going around in the rest of the school. But when she turned a corner, she saw a nun walking by, and she freaked out because she saw my mom. And I guess my mom wasn't supposed to see her, but she was pregnant. And my mom said she was confused because she grew up Catholic. And she's like, wait a minute, why is there a pregnant nun? you know, she's
Yeah.
like, she was like, what? So she said she was big, like she was ready to have her baby. I guess they used to hide them. But anyways, they found out like when I was already older, her cousin sent her a piece of paper from the newspaper, and there was an article stating that there was a wall around the school, okay, and it was made out of rocks. So it was like a really thick wall. And she said that I guess something knocked it down. I don't know if kids or whatever, somebody was around there and they accidentally tore a piece of the wall off. Well, they ended up finding bones, like skeletons of babies that they
Oh
would
wow.
bury in the walls
Oh, I
and
wonder
that
if
wall.
I wonder if some of those nuns got pregnant and they weren't supposed to be, and they
Yeah,
gave birth and they just got rid of them like that.
yeah. Well, she
That's
said that she would like just see weird things, like the nuns and the priests were not supposed to be acting the way they were.
oh, oh well then.
Yeah. So she had told her cousin, that one time too, she had heard a baby crying. But she's like, she's little, so they're like, yeah, okay, where's the baby gonna be?
Yeah.
But yeah, that come to find out, they had investigated and they were doing. I never found out what happened, but they were doing more investigating on that wall because there was
I mean,
several
for there
skeletons.
to be babies there, you think they possibly might have been doing some kind of ritual with the babies? Like,
Mm,
yeah, I
I
mean, I
don't
know
know.
that there's abortions, but that they were sacrificing the babies.
Though
I don't
maybe,
know.
I mean, that is a good possibility because
Could
a
be
lot of the Catholic churches and a lot of the Catholic schools, because they were so dark sometimes. Um,
right.
when I used to go to church with my grandma, we went to this big Catholic church. I didn't like it. It
Mm,
was scary and it divided everybody. Like it put the kids behind a plexiglass on one side and the women on the other side, and all the men sat in the middle.
that's weird.
It was weird. And I grew up going to this church, and it wasn't until I got older and I was like, I just can't deal with this.
Right.
I had always thought that churches preached unity,
Right.
love and unity. But
Right.
in that church, everybody was always separated. So, Abe, I mean, you could be onto something, come to think of it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing was that that school had been, the building already itself was already gone, but the rock wall had stayed up,
Wow.
all these years. And it's so weird to me that like they didn't knock that wall down and find that sooner.
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, I wish I could have found that um cutout. I don't know where my mom had put it at. So if I would have found that piece of
Where in
paper,
Texas does this occur? think I've heard something like that. I just
I don't
remember.
I don't know where this was. I don't know if it was there in San Angelo. I should ask her cousins because one of her cousins is the one that sent her that piece of paper, the cut out from the paper. She's like, I remembered because my mom's name was Genevieve, but they called her Veva. So she said, Veva, I remember you telling me something about that school and how you saw that pregnant nun. And then I saw this article in the paper, so I had to send it to you. She's like, I wonder if that's what they were doing with all the babies.
Yeah.
Had to be.
Well, even back then, they were um, selling organs. They were harvesting organs.
Ugh.
And I mean, if these priests were getting these nuns pregnant and they were doing, I mean, were they doing it for bad? Or were they trying to, did they think that they were doing something holy?
Who knows?
Yeah.
And you
Who
had
knows?
a lot of orphanages being run by nuns too.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, in
Absolutely.
Ireland, they have a lot of stories about that too.
Yep.
The nuns and their evil ways over there.
God, you just can't trust anybody, can you?
No, I definitely wouldn't trust a nun.
Well,
No.
if you look at the attire that the nun wears, ain't no different than the bruja that the witches wear.
They're
Right?
really
Witches,
kind
the
of,
attire kind of resembles that. It's
It's
yeah.
just
creepy.
finer
What's
cloth
creepy?
compared to what the witches wear.
Yeah.
And also, they're not that far off from what the Islamic women wear, how they stay
Yeah,
all covered up like that.
Yeah.
The only difference is they don't put something over their
Their face.
face. Yeah.
Well, not all the Muslim women wear the face covering either. Um, they
Oh,
just cover their hair
yeah.
with the
Really.
hijab. But
Yep.
the like really, really radical ones were the burqas, the whole face covering,
And so here we have our nuns that dress like that,
right?
and I've seen some that still do.
Well, the women in the Catholic Church, they wear the veil over their hair.
Yeah, that's true.
so what is this? Is this a witch or none?
That's like I said, when we see her up close, it looks to me doesn't look like she's has hair. It looks like I've always said she looks like that woman in the nun because it looks kind of
Oh,
like nun if you look at her really good up close.
that
Yeah.
nun. Ew, you're right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's back it up so see I can
And
find the
then
picture.
That is the
yeah,
creepiest. That is the creepiest one.
and her whole see, look, watch. It looks
Shit.
like she does have something on her head.
Yes,
Oops.
that white thing. Oh, even her chin, under her chin looks white.
I'll
You know how
back
they
it up a
wear
little
that?
bit.
Isn't
So
there
is she a bad nun gone wild?
a rogue?
Spiritual,
She's
spiritually
missing an eye.
gone.
Succubus.
Ew.
A succubus.
You
The
Possibly.
know,
succubus wear the same thing. They look. Well, the energy that they absorb is through the mouth.
Yeah.
mm,
That's how they suck the energy out of the elderly or out of people.
oh, that's creepy.
Well, nuns, when they're doing all these bad things, when they pass, maybe they're left here to wander the earth like that in spirit form because they can't go to heaven.
Right. I
So,
don't know.
but she does. She looks like a nun.
She does.
I
That's
said
creepy.
that. I said that since the first day I seen it. She
That's
looks like a
creepy.
nun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, what we're talking about, Sister Cynthia,
Mhm.
is I was telling Sister Brenda about how I seen this. I was watching this show dealing with the witches from Massachusetts. How
Oh.
some of the witches that moved there, they were coming from Europe,
Hmm.
and they were battling. They were like they were witches, but witch huntress, where they were battled the Nosferatu, the
Hmm.
vampires. So they moved. They came. Some of them came to establish themselves here in the U.S. when it was barely forming, to set up grids and set up areas where they had symbols to protect the areas, the territories.
Wow.
Which reminds me of the witch that I encountered up in the sky. That well, how she was doing symbols with her feet, and uh, that she kept on saying something to the guy behind me about me, and that I had to rebuke her in Jesus Christ's name. When I rebuked her in the name of Jesus Christ, that she sat down and did not move, and I could see something leave her body.
Oh,
This unclean
wow.
spirit go by where the luggage is, that you left to put the luggage. There I could see like the spirit, black spirits, dark energies leave
Ew.
towards the front of the airplane. So as they're trying to go to the front of the airplane, guess where the pilots are? Telling you're not welcome here. I type under Rick and Jesus Christ's name, and then they disappeared.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
so when we talk about principalities of the air, well,
Hmm.
that witch was up in the air in the airplane doing some kind of ritual. In that sense of a way, I just don't know why she targeted me. Why she was focused on me when I'm trying to go to Washington, but she kept on looking at me, telling the person behind me to uh, just get. She kept on saying this. Let's get him now. Let's get her now. That's what she kept on saying.
Oh, we lost her.
Oh, as
Come
soon as
back
it,
in, Cynthia.
as soon as I said what they said, there's my sister Beatrice. How you doing,
Yeah,
sis?
Beatrice.
We got open mic night tonight. Let me try to get a fresh link. We lost Sister Cynthia. She was doing just fine.
Yeah, I don't know why that happens to her. Maybe she can get it back up and come back in.
I'll drop a different link.
Yeah.
So I remember that she kept on telling the fella with her that was behind me, "Let's get him now. Let's get him now." And he's not budging. I'm seeing him through my parallel vision. He's just looking down. He's not looking at me. I'm not able to see his face. And she keeps on trying to do something in a different language there beside me till I finally got tired and type on Rebuke. First I said the Our Father, and she got mad. And I was saying the Our Father, and she kept on telling the person behind me, "Do you hear what he's saying? Do you hear what he's saying?" Then after that, it's like I just type on Rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ, and this when the unclean spirits, whatever was within her, left her body. She fell down on the seat, and she did not look my ways for the remainder of the flight, which was like more than half of the flight. That she just kept on looking outside. She never looked towards me again. I mean, it's possible that she could have had an unclean spirit in her.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Here's the new link here. She said it'll probably throw me off.
That is crazy. Every time. And she was doing real good there. And then all of a sudden, bloop. There. Oh, well.
Nope.
Oh, wait, I
Yeah,
heard
I'm trying to set it up. There she is.
her. Try it
Let's
now.
see if we
Can
can.
you hear us?
Okay. I'm back again. Check it out, Beatrice. See if it lets you stay on.
Yeah, jump on, sis. We're talking
Yeah.
about something very interesting right now. About well, basically, this witches a battle the Nosferatus that were trying to come to the U.S. or some came to the U.S. and which supposedly when they had the, it's one of those things that is either the truth or somebody's making it up, one of the two. But I do remember things, of growing
Mm,
up of certain things that were in certain homes that to me was like for protection against the Nosferatu. I mean, not everybody's going to have crosses on their doorways and on windows,
right.
or garlic hanging on every entryway, on the windows, on the doorways. They're going to have
That's
garlic,
true. That's
you know.
true.
True.
Yeah. You know, come to think of it, my grandma always had a lot of garlic in the house. Uh, and I would ask her why. And she says, well, I cook with it. But it wasn't always just in the kitchen.
Mm.
So, I mean, she never put it over the doorways, but
Sometimes I would get one garlic and put it and nail it on the wall. It would be like one garlic. If I don't know how much garlic costs or whatever, but sometimes there'll be a whole strand of garlic on
oh,
the main
wow.
Wow.
doors.
Yeah, because they did that. That's where they used to sell them, like
Yeah,
in
when you
strip
walk in
Yeah.
there,
malls.
the smell is very strong of garlic inside the house.
Yeah.
That you'll go visit my grandmother, and when you coming out of there, you smell like garlic,
Oh, wow.
and I guess the garlic smell on the shirt because you're penetrated. It's like protection in some kind of way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
they say they use it for. But
So what was it protecting me from
yeah,
females?
I've always heard that they use garlic to protect you from vampires. So, yeah,
Yeah,
from girls.
from girls, vampire girls, so they won't be able to suck me.
That's right. That's right.
Grandma, you messing it up, Grandma.
Ruin your whole childhood, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I
They were
always smell
blocking
like
him.
garlic because I smell like garlic because I had to go in the mornings to my grandmother's house. I walk in, she'll sit me down in the kitchen before I even go to winter school early in the morning
Oh,
when it was
wow.
dark. She sit down. I made some breakfast for you. So she would give me nopal cactus
Oh, I love that stuff.
with onions and
Egg,
egg and a corn tortilla.
tomate. Uh-huh.
So I eat it like that, even if it was gooey and everything. But
Mm.
then, of course, you're eating that. You're trying to eat it, and you can't enjoy. I mean, because of the smell of garlic. So the stench is
Oh,
real strong. So there, I go to school smelling like garlic, and the nose is the garlic smell is in the nostrils.
You
Just
know, when I lived in California, I used to date a guy that his breath and just his body always smelled like garlic. I never went into his parents' house. I wonder if that's
Brenda.
why. I wonder. I wonder if they had garlic everywhere.
Or maybe he just ate a lot of garlic. I love garlic. That
I
was
mean,
my mom's
yeah,
thing too.
I do too. So it never really bothered me, but
Yeah.
it was very strong. But
Pungent.
and then I thought, well, he's Cuban, and they do like a lot of garlic in their stuff, so
Yes.
maybe.
Right? Like the Puerto Ricans too. Like when they use a tostones or when they make the mofongo too, the banana, the plantain, they fry it, they cut it up, they smash it, then they fry it, then they fry it again, and they
they
make
eat that.
the they make
Yeah.
the sauce like the mayonnaise and the ketchup, and then they use the garlic, like a bunch of garlic in there too. That you dip the plantains in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know my friend uses a
So
lot of garlic
I
too.
wonder whether we eat garlic like that. And you got the Italianos with the
I
they
get
like to eat the
hey,
garlic.
hey now.
Garlic for everything, huh?
That's probably where I get it from.
Yeah.
That's
So
funny.
basically, that's what we're talking about, Sister Brenda. Is I watched this episode on YouTube of something, and it resonated with me because of things that I remember. And I
Mm.
was like, well, let me get some people on here before we continue. And it's dealing with this witches. It was talking about the Massachusetts trials. Talking about the two little girls, the ones that were saying that they were witches or whatever. That they were pointing out there's a witches that were supposedly trouble girls. So it's one of those things that is it real or is it not real, right? Is what they were
Right.
saying is some of these witches they had come from Europe because they had been fighting the Nosferatu in Europe.
Oh.
So they came to the States when it was fairly developing to set up grids and set up areas of protection to protect the people that were going to move into the U.S. or into this new land
Oh.
from the Nosferatu. That they were going to move in and uh, symbols and all this to protect or to bond them and or whatever. But that's what their mission was. There was like I'm thinking like 6, 7 strong, or 13 of them that there were. That's what they would do. So there were whenever Nosferatu will come, there's one that came and he it was a young girl that was trained by her great great grandmother, and then
Oh.
Nosferatu had her in the stable. And when he had her in the stable, he didn't know, but she had already set him up because she trapped him in an area where all the symbols were.
Oh.
So he was bonded through the symbols, and then she finished them off with the energy of the symbols. There was one dealing with fire, so that's what destroyed the Nosferatu was the fire.
Oh.
That destroyed the Nosferatu. So there was another one that came, and he was infiltrating the. When they sent those other ones that they died. Well, there was one that was seeing everything from the sideline, so he knew
Mm.
where all these witches lived. Uh, he knew about the symbols because he could see spiritually the symbols. It's kind of like us, right? That we can
Mm.
sense, like I can sense things, I can see things.
Right.
Right.
I'm thinking that's what they show themselves to me. Certain things, well, many things have shown themselves to me over the years. So they're able to identify who's who. They know where there's a witch, or by looking at the symbols. So when those trials happened, the Nosferatu was setting them up. He was
Mm.
placing all kinds of things that people were saying, "Oh, that's what witches use," and he would set them up. He would like plant the things inside their homes or outside their homes, or like dolls with needles.
Oh.
So when the little girls were saying that's where a witch lives, the Nosferatu was using them to to uh to go after the witches, and they were getting crucified. They started getting crucified. Uh, but that was his mission. But the final of the 13, which was the strongest, she had little things that she kept with energy. She made a handkerchief with some symbols and gave it to this man.
Mm.
That was the person that was guarding her when she was in jail before they were going to crucify her, or uh, kill her.
Mm.
And he said that they told him that there will be somebody they're going to come, and when that happens, then you can give them this, and that it'll help them out or whatever. But she got crucified also, and I guess the vampire, when that happened, all the vampires started coming to the U.S. And just like 2 years later from that, when she got killed, about what I seen on the what they were talking about. There was this other guy that they met that he was an investigator, and he was saying that a lot of the people that were dying like during the Black Plague, and some people that were being found dead in the U.S., that they were having marks on their necks, or having two marks. And that's
Oh.
when they started figuring it out that it was Nosferatu. So the man gave him the handkerchief, and had the symbols that the witch had made, and they started using those symbols to fight the vampires. But that wasn't as powerful as the witches were. They knew about the symbols, so they used the symbols, and they would use, of
Mm.
course, like weapons, swords, and stuff like that so they became hunters, and they started going after the Nosferatu that had come to the States. And that's why. Well, I guess I fell asleep, and I woke. I fell asleep. I missed the ending part of it, but
Oh.
when I was seeing that, it's like, man, this sounds like somebody mixed it up. But then I said to myself, nah, because I remember things in this nature, of things of this the garlic. I remember the things because my grandmother was supposedly a witch. Uh,
Mm.
what kind of witch she was, I don't know. I don't know if she was a dark witch. What kind of witch she was, I know. My great grandmother on my mom's side was a medicine woman, and she knew of things that existed spiritually. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so all I remember is that certain events that happen that leads me to believe that it's not what they're really saying there was not too far off, because there is some evil witches now that
Oh
are
yeah.
pure evil. Those are dark witches.
Yep.
They're pure evil, and that's what they do. Is they're out to cause chaos and havoc against the world. Uh, but what do you think about that? About these witches using the symbols, certain symbols to bond or trap the supposedly the Nosferatu from keeping them away from territories. They say when the symbols were all over Europe, and
Mm-hmm.
they were already all over Europe, that these witches had put out everywhere the symbols. Once each witch started dying off, because it was like a spell, right? Every time they killed a witch, there was a little bit more freedom for the vampires because the
Mm.
spell would erase. So by the time they killed the 13th one, it's like all the spells got erased. So
Yeah.
they started can I think what happened was a black plague after
Yeah.
that.
Oh.
So I don't know. It was just something, and I was like, man, whoever did this must have had an awesome imagination,
You know
to
what that
mix
sounds
it up
like?
that way, right? But then I said to myself, but I do remember certain things, so I wanted to talk to y'all about the things that I remember. That's why I wanted to have my sister up here
Mm.
because she would remember. But I remember that incident that happened when I was, um, well, of course, what I already happened in Mexico had happened in Mexico when I was 3 years old, dealing with las brujas, right? That I told you
Mm.
that the witches and all that. But what happened
Mm-hmm.
to me in 1975, man, we're speaking about 1975 of certain events that were happening where livestock was being found mutilated and no blood in their body in 1975, and certain events like that were happening down in the where I lived in the Rio Grande Valley because my dad worked for Purina Chow, where
Oh.
the ranchers would come get their food for their cows and their animals, and some of the ranchers were saying that their livestock, something was killing their livestock, that the
Oh.
goats were being found with no blood, cows being found with blood, some mutilated, like cut in pieces or whatever, but no blood, no
Mutilated.
trace of
Uh-huh.
blood. Some people were saying that they were being professionally dissected or whatever. Certain parts of the
Weird.
animals. Then some people were saying that it was terrestrial, UFOs or aliens doing this.
Yeah. I remember
This is
that.
in 1975.
Yeah.
So uh, what happened to us, and I'm gonna share the story because it was towards the end of 1975. It was a matter of fact the time frame where we take time off for Christmas, right? Where we don't go back to school till January, right?
Oh.
So I remember it was a bad storm coming through that it was supposed to flood or something of that nature. And in the valley, it's close to the ocean, so yeah, it floods pretty bad down there.
Mm.
Like, so our friends live out on a ranch, and they told us to go to the ranch to that we could go over there, stay with them, because in the valley the water rises everywhere. So we went to the ranch. As we're going to the ranch, it was raining already. The weather was getting bad. The winds were pretty strong. and we started going down this dirt road. And as we're going down the dirt road, we have to pass a little lagoon, which is a dirt road is in the center. On each side of the dirt road is a lagoon on two sides. So as we're driving, this is 1975. We had a Ford Green station wagon. I think my sister was too young. My sister B. If I was at that time, in 1975, I was 5. So she had to be 3, or yeah, I think she might have been 3. I'm not sure. Uh, but I seen, imagine driving down the dirt road. It's dark all around you, and it's raining. And in the middle of the dirt road, I see this big fish flapping in the water because the water is crossing from one side of the lagoon to the other. But
Oh.
there's a big fish splashing in the water. So I got all excited, and I told my dad, stop, stop. And I ran off and I went to go grab the fish with my hands so it wouldn't go cross over to the other side. So I grabbed the fish. It was a big fish, and the only thing I was thinking of as a little kid was fish fry because I like fish. So I grabbed the fish. I grabbed the fish. My dad came out of the station wagon with a flashlight. It's like, oh, we're gonna have a good fish fry with that one because it was big. So as I was grabbing it, I just heard this sound. It's like a loud sonar sound, so loud that it's like a loud screech. It was in the screech of a lechuza. It's like a sonar screech of some sort that it hurt my ears. And when I looked to the left, I seen this creature on a tree stump in the middle of the lagoon to the left side, and it's looking at me. It's got red eyes.
Mm.
It's got a lot of sharp teeth. Uh, it's midnight black. It's all black. The texture of the wings and the body is of the same. It's all
Oh.
black. And it's looking at us, and I'm looking at it. It's got talons, where it's
What?
on the trunk, and it's looking at us, and it makes a sound again, and it shows his teeth. I could see like sharp teeth. So
Mm-mm.
I get the fish, pick it up, and I start running towards the station wagon. As I'm running to the station wagon, the whatever that is, it shoots up straight up into the sky, just like super speed. Just had its wings open, and it just like real super fast. It didn't flap no wings. It just like is with its wing, it could glide. So it took up to the back into the sky. We got in the station wagon. We crossed the road with the water. We went to the other side of it, and we're heading on to the ranch. As we're heading on to the ranch, we just hear on top of the station wagon, and you could see this big. I'm not going to say it was a bird because it didn't look like a bird. The face looked like uh, it was like a form of a human, but not a human, but because of the way that
Creepy.
it looked with the red eyes and the sharp teeth. The body it was very long, very long. Had
Like a
long legs,
bat?
kind of like something like that, but not a bat
Yeah.
because the bats have some kind of fur. It had no fur. It was just the texture of the wings was the same texture of the skin and the head. It was all of the
Yeah.
same. It was kind of like you could say aerodynamic, where
Of the water.
nothing is going to stop it from moving fast. So then he comes back, and we're almost getting near the ranch, and he comes right beside the station wagon on my side, and he's mad at me because I have the fish, and it's hitting the side of the station wagon, and this I guess you could say you want to call it a Nosferatu, you want to call it a gargoyle, whatever it is banging the hell out of the side of the station wagon, trying to knock
Oh.
us off the road. It's hitting us so hard that we're sliding in the mud. It's so hard. He's got enough strength to move the station
Wow.
wagon because of the mud. It's a muddy road, right? So what's going to happen? you're in a muddy road, it's gonna slide. So
Yeah.
it's attempting to knock us off the road. We finally make it to the ranch, and as we're driving, we're looking back, and you can see us. It's flying in the air. It's pissed off. We make
Wow.
we make it to our friend's home, and we're all freaked out. We run inside the house, and we tell him what happened. And his name is Chewy or Jesse Pacawalas. Jesse is his name, but we call him Chewy. And Chewy, there's this big thing, some kind of monster that attacked us there at the lagoon. We were crossing it, and he started laughing. And this is what he said. He said, "Oh, I figured." We're like, "Why are you laughing?" He said, "Well, I figured, but as many times as you come visit us, that you would already run into it already." And he said that thing there belonged to a witch. That it was a demon that a witch summoned
Oh, wow.
Oh,
that lived nearby the lagoon. She lived like maybe a couple of acres away, where she had a home near a canal, or a water source. That before she passed away, she summoned this demon. That when she died, that the demon remained. So he said that area was where the demon resided, right? But he said he was a demon.
Oh, wow.
That's where I got the scratches on my face from that thing, because we waited for the weekend. We were there from Friday all the way to Sunday, and we were going to start the school day on Monday. So
Oh,
we didn't leave till the afternoon. So we're driving when there's still sun. So we was able to drive. We waited for the water to what do you call it?
reside.
Recede a little bit.
Hmm.
The sun to dry up some of that water, and we drove back. When we were driving back to our hometown, which is like from that area, I would say, like around 30, 33 miles, somewhere around there, or 28. I can't remember. Uh, I could see, I could see it. It was flying to the swampland to our left during the day. It was
What?
jumping from tree to tree, following us. And I was telling my mom, my dad, "Hey, it's over there. It's following us on the left side. I see it. I see it." They're like, "No, you're probably scared. It's in your imagination. There's nothing there." So we drive all the way home, and it's following us. And I kept on telling them it's following us. I could see it going from tree to tree. So they're like, "No, it's just in your imagination. It's not following us." My dad could get at the house. The water's high. It's flooded. So I'm walking around outside in the water. I'm a kid. It's the water, and so I'm walking around in the knee high water. And I go to the backyard. As I'm in the backyard, I see it. It's flying like at a super velocity speed. It comes and it rams itself into the vent of the ceiling. The little vent that you have up there where the heat comes up, the heat vent. It rammed
Oh,
itself into it and went into the attic. So I go tell my dad, and I tell her, "Hey, it's here, it's here. It's up there." I said, "I already told you, don't be telling me about that. About that. It's all on your imagination." I said, "Look." So he come grabs his homemade ladder that we got, that he made, and the vent's got a hole where it went in through. He said, "It went in there, it went in there," and it's like, "Nah, that's probably a cat that did that." That's what he said. That's what I'm
a cat.
I'm like, "Come on." So he grabs a ladder, grabs a flashlight, and he goes up there and said, "Be careful, because I seen it go in there. It's in there somewhere." He's there looking with the flashlight and there for a moment. Then he comes down. There's nothing in there. "I told you it was a cat." That's what it told me. Uh, well, as far as I know, that till this day, that in that room towards the end of the house, there's something in there that looks like the same thing that was in the swamp, and it it looks at you from the ceiling, and you can see the figure of the head, and you can see the eyes looking at you, and it'll move to the side.
So the demon.
So what is it? Is it a demon or what? But
Yeah.
basically, what happened that night when he said, "Oh, it's just a cat," I went to sleep in the other room, which is we had a bunk bed. I was asleep. This is the day before school, and I'm asleep, and I get woken up because I hear my grandmother calling my name. My name. She's calling my name. I know what time it is. You know, I had no clock in those times. No, I was a
Yeah.
kid, so I'm looking. I said, "Grandma, is that you?" And she's telling me in Spanish, "Sí, sí, soy yo. Ven para acá. Ven para acá." She was calling me Abrancito. Ven para acá, Abrancito. You know. So I took one step, and I'm looking. I see the window. We had a big window. I'm in the kitchen, and it's dark. You know, we had those lights, and you have to pull the string. So I'm looking,
Oh
and I
yeah.
said, "Grandma, is that you, Grandma?" And she's like, "Sí, sí, soy yo. Ven para acá, Abrancito. Rímete un poquito más. Come a little bit closer." So I get close, and I'm like maybe like 4 feet away, 5 feet away from the window. And then I said, "Grandma, I can't see you. You know, I don't see you nowhere." My grandmother wasn't that tall; she was short. And she's like, "Aquí estoy, aquí estoy. Arrímate un poquito más, un poquito más."
Come closer.
And I get a little bit closer, and it said, "I still can't see you, Grandma. Are you there?" And she says, "A little bit closer, un poquito más." And when I took one
Uh-uh.
more step close to the window was like the screen, like this far away, and I'm looking. That's when I felt the blow. Something literally ripped the screen off the window, and I got hit in the head, and I flew backwards like I don't know how many feet into the house, but I got knocked out because I landed on my back, on my head hit the floor, and I was knocked out. Uh, they heard all the ruckus. My parents got up to turn on the light, and I'm bleeding from the face. Well,
Wow.
whatever tried to take me out the window, scratched my face. So I had this cuts on my face. Uh, my brother said I had some cuts on my back too, where it tried to take me. That's why I don't know. He remembers because that was the first time I got attacked by something. So my dad, he grabbed this. You know, they were putting pressure on this. It was like when this happened, it happened like around 3 something in the morning. So all night for till the sun came out, and my grandmother came from the house. I went to go wake her up. She comes walking real slow, which I know then that it wasn't my grandmother calling me through the window, but whatever it was, it could mimic the voice. She came, they were putting pressure on my wounds. Then my mom tells me, "You're still gonna go to school. You ain't gonna get away from school." Because my mother didn't like us missing school. She
Right.
she wanted us to have that perfect record of no missing, no school.
Perfect
Perfect
attendance.
attendance.
Yeah.
So there I go. They tied up a white T-shirt on my freaking head.
Oh my God.
They didn't even take me to the hospital. I mean, I had gashes that needed stitches. They wrapped me up with a white T-shirt, and my dad said, "You'll be fine. Just go like this." You know. So I go to school like freaking Rambo with real blood on my freaking head, sipping through the white T-shirt. So I'm there, and all the teachers are looking at me like, what the hell happened to this kid? You know, and the first teacher that see me in their class and the blood is sipping through the cuts, they're like, "Hey, send him to the nurse." They send me to the nurse. The PE coach comes, and all these teachers are there, and they're waiting for them to take the thing off because they're trying to figure out what's going on with me. You know, they're seeing all this blood, so they take off the T-shirt, and then the PE coach, he's a Vietnam vet, Mr. Mendiola, and he said, "Son," he's got his cup of coffee. "Tell me what happened to you." And no, don't lie. You know. And I said, "Well, This is what they told me to tell him. Well, the cat scratched me in the face. And he's like, son, that's bullshit. That was no cat that did that to you. Tell us what happened. And that's all I said because if I would have said the truth, the whooping I would have got in the home would have been a lot worse than the pain I was
Right.
feeling on my forehead. It stayed like that. Uh, then certain things started happening during that week of when they sent this on my head. People started seeing what I seen flying in the air. This person got attacked by it. It scratched his
Wow.
back. The dude's got scars till this day where it literally scratched the crap out of his back. There was this girl on a horse that she contacted me after she heard the stories that I share in Spiritual Crypto Encounters. She
Oh
contacted me
my
because
goodness.
she was from my hometown. She said she was an FFA. She was older than me. She was riding
Oh,
a horse, and that the thing came and tried to pick it. It was literally lifting her off her horse.
oh my God.
Uh, yeah, so she's got scars from it also. So I got
Wow.
scars on my face. So what was it? Was it an Nosferatu or was it a demon?
Mm.
To me, of the story, I believe if the witch conjured it up, that it was some kind of demon.
Yeah.
But the the things of the like the garlic and all that, it just just the way it looked, it didn't look like a the form, the wings, like bat-like wings, very big. You know,
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know what to think, what it was or what it is.
we lost Brenda.
Uh-oh, I hope the Nosferatu didn't get a hold of her.
Did Snatcher.
We type Bunny Rican G scratch name. Let Sister Brenda go.
Right? Oz Patriot has a question for you.
Okay.
She says, Abe, can
Can,
you make
yeah,
your own? Did you see it?
yeah, you can. All you got to do is pray for the Heavenly Father to bless your holy the water. How you doing, brother Josh Wolf Turner? So I got the scars on my face. Let me see if I can pull up some of the pictures that I got here from those
Hey,
from
Josh.
when I went through that. So I can share it here with y'all on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How you doing, brother Turner? We're talking about an interesting topic here, something you might be familiar with. Uh, things I'm saying things of something that I seen earlier on TV that it resonated with me, and I'm sharing some of the stories that I remember. How my grandmother was, and some of the people around me, how they kept garlic like on the windows and on the doorways. I don't think they kept it there because of movies I watched. I think they kept it there because of things that might have tried to come into their home. What do you think, Sister Neville's Angel?
I think so. I think maybe they knew. They just, people just don't want to say, especially to kids. They don't want to scare them. So it's in between the adults.
Because they know of the fear factor. They know of what can
Right.
happen.
Right. Making them
So I'm going to
vulnerable
show the
too.
picture of the scar that I have still to this day on my face that is there forever. So what happens with a scar that doesn't get stitches? It heals.
Hmm.
But when you get older, it shows itself again, and that's what's happening to me now that I'm older.
Hmm.
It's showing itself how bad the scar really is on my face now that I'm getting older. So I'm
That,
gonna share the picture of that scratch on my face of when I was attacked. When I was this happened in 1975, towards the ending of 1976. So I was 5 years old when this happened to me. Trust me, it was no lechusa that I seen that day. It was something else, completely different than a lechusa.
that's
Because by then
creepy.
I had already been fighting the lechusa, so I know how the lechusa looked.
Right. So was it kind of like the bat wing?
Yeah,
The
the
skin,
structure, the texture,
yeah, it was it
that it
like
was
bat
all black.
skin?
It was all black, black, like midnight black
Yeah,
from head to toe. The only white that it had, or the only things that stood out was the eyes, which were red, and the teeth, which were white, sharp,
yeah,
and the talons.
that's creepy. Because I keep picturing like um that creature like with the bat skin, like the wings, the skin on the wings. You know how it's like thin and kind of like leathery?
Yeah, that's what it looked like. It kind of had no feathers. It was like leathery,
Yeah,
like kind of
that's
like
wild.
a bat or a gargoyle, a dragon, what something in that nature, right? So
Yeah.
it
So have
was a
you
witch.
seen,
I thought it was like a demon or a gargoyle that was summoned,
right?
and he had red eyes.
That's creepier. See, I've never seen anything with red eyes. I guess I've been
Did you see
blessed.
the scratch that the top of the hood had, the top of the roof? Uh, those. I think those station wagons
They were
had
long.
that. Remember some of those roofs had the like a cushion on it. Like the design was like a something soft texture up on top. All that was shredded,
I don't
scratched.
remember that part. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
it literally scratched it up really bad. Let me see. I can find a picture of the marks. I think I shared them here with you before, but I'm going to share them one more time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you have. I remember that. And then when you don't get when you don't get stitching, the wound tends to stay a little thicker.
Yeah, I had a. I
Wonder
thought
what
I took.
happened to Brenda. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought I took a recent picture. I'm going to look for it of the scratches on my face, but I'm not seeing it here. So I have to look for the other one. I don't know what happened, to Sister Brenda. I hope
I
she's
know.
okay.
I know, because usually she'll pop in the chat again.
Yeah, trust me. I mean, I was taught to be obedient. So I'm hearing my grandmother
Right.
call me late at night. So I'm being obedient and going to my grandmother because I hear the voice of my
Right.
grandmother being called. It just it wasn't my grandmother. It was something mimicking the voice of my grandmother. And
Yeah,
he
that's creepy.
scratched my face. Let me see. Let me look for this photos here real quick.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, Rain.
Here's a story from Rain.
Yeah. Oh, wow. A wolf. See, everything that I've seen has had like either like black, like the eyes, there's no eyeball there, or it's just black shadow. I didn't see any eyes at all. Like, I don't recall ever seeing anything with red eyes. That's why I hear that a lot. I'm like, okay, maybe God knows that that would freak me out. So I haven't seen I haven't seen the red eyes. Not even on those two dogs that I saw. They had normal looking eyes, but they were just weird. None of the shadow people or the Hat Man either, which is very odd.
I don't know. Seeing the show and it just resonated with me big time, and just the strange events that would happen at nighttime is when the lechuzas will come and do all that stuff. But I'm beginning to wonder there was other things besides the lechuzas coming to our home,
Mhm.
especially the one that sounded like a man telling my brother to come outside, and you could hear all kinds of different kind of animals making
Nah,
sound outside,
what?
which would be like something demonic.
Yes. You know that story? You know what that story sounds like? It sounds like the Stephen King book, It. How the natives had kind of like a spell on the land where they um, had kind of like a perimeter around their area where that demon couldn't get
Here you
inside.
go. I found the picture so you can see the scars that I have. That's not it. Okay. See, you see him right there?
Yeah.
Then I got him on the other side of the face too.
Oh, that's
So there's
wild.
two sides of the face here. It tried to take me out the window. So
Mm-mm.
I had this. This when I told the P coach there was a Vietnam vet that a cat
The
did
cat.
this to me. He said, "Bullshit, son.
That's a big cat.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's wild.
They saw white imagine me being 5. It literally put me like in a claw like mark and try to take me out the window. I got him on each side of my freaking head. Look at that.
Yeah.
There you go. Look at him.
You're clear
It's
as
just the
day.
hair, but it kind of messed up my hairline.
No,
That
because
it.
the widow's peak usually has like kind of like Dracula, the hairline.
See, it
So
took
that
out.
right there is, yeah, that's not your in your hairline.
Yeah, check it out. This one went all the way to the eye.
Wow. It goes far back to your
Yeah, and
side
it
of your
goes.
head too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I lost hair.
Ah.
The
Because
photo that y'all see on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. When I was a kid, I was missing hair. It like literally scratched my hair off my head
yeah, I saw that when
with the
I looked
roots.
closer.
Yeah, so that's the
So
damage it did.
I wonder
That's
what
a
it
start.
like snatched your face.
Yeah, it tried to take me out the window.
Isn't that
Yeah,
weird though that it's like 2 marks, right?
yeah, it's
Like what kind of
actually
weird claws were those?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That's wild. Glad it didn't get you.
It tried to pull
Yeah,
me out the window,
try to pull you out the window.
but it just looks freaked out. Those scars that I got there on the face.
Yeah.
Except this one here goes all the way up to my eye.
Did you wonder if there was something protecting you that it instead of it grabbing you, it threw you back into the house?
There you go. I'm sorry. I had it on a small frame. I'll put it a little bit bigger so y'all can see it.
Okay, yeah.
I can get closer so y'all can see the scars if you want me to. Let me read some of these comments here.
That's true, Rain.
Somebody says, "Wow, so if you got those scars when you were that like little, they, you know what protected me?" And I'm gonna be honest with you, what protected me. You remember in the '70s, the screens on the windows were made out of wire. They were strong. They wasn't made
Oh,
out of
yeah.
the the stuff that they make the window screens with right now. It was
It's
pretty strong
better
wire,
now.
and I'm thinking, even though the wiring got shredded, I'm thinking that wouldn't have been there. That it would have really made some deep scars in my face. That
Yeah.
you would have literally called me Scarface if I would have survived, because it would have been
Oh,
too deep.
yeah, that's what it's. Oh, that's bizarre. Two frontal towns and a third on the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, I got the picture of me when I was a kid. How my hair is messed up. I think how my hair is messed up. Uh, the only picture I have of me as a kid. See if I can find it. I think in a picture I'm standing with the turkey. Yeah, I went to school with a patch after that. I had a patch for a couple of weeks, like on my head, till all that healed up.
Sorry, I was
And,
drinking water, so I had to mute my
and
mouth.
every time the coach was seeing me, he said, "That was no cat that did that. Tell me, son. You always wanted to know." But then that's when the big bird happened, and I guess they figured it out that it was that got me.
Oh,
So
maybe
they,
you. Yeah.
yeah, after that week, people were getting attacked. Children were getting attacked by that thing. Uh,
So maybe he would have believed you.
yeah, but if you would have confronted my mom, then I would get a whooping,
Oh, true.
and I didn't want to get the whooping.
You're like, yeah, no.
So I talked to brother George about it, because he was getting information. I told him I could take you to exact location where this happened.
Hmm.
You know, uh, when when our station wagon got attacked, and then the windows were different; they were bigger. Uh, how you doing, Sister Madeline Chap?
Hi, Maddie.
The screen windows back then in the Rio Grande Valley, because it would be so hot, we get like 100 and something weather. The screen windows were huge. We had big windows. We
Yeah.
didn't have no ceiling fan or no AC. Is at nighttime it gets fresh. When you have a high environment, at nighttime you get a fresh breeze.
Right.
Especially close to the ocean. So we have big screen windows that we leave them open, and the cold air will come in. It'll be nice and cool at nighttime. So we just had to deal with the heat during the day.
Right.
Sister Beyond the Box, are you okay? I don't know what happened to Sister Beyond the Box. She was here, and I mean, she might have gone to sleep. I'm not sure, but
Mm.
yes,
No, it's still early over there.
yeah, but she was here, and then all of a sudden she disappeared on us.
I know. And she usually pops up back in the chat. I'm surprised it hasn't throwing me off again. Everybody's popping in to say hello. Hey, La.
I'm gonna look for that picture of me as a kid, and maybe because at that time I think my hairline was still messed up. I mean, I had it took a chunk of hair off of me.
Oh,
Literally scratched that off my head. I know Brother
yeah, I
Wolf is
saw
still
that.
here. I think he was here for a few.
Mm. Oh, yeah, maybe her phone died.
Okay, I'm gonna look for that photo of me when I was a kid.
Hmm. Hey, Julie. Good point, Rain.
Was that?
Rain said maybe her phone died and she went to go get the charger.
Could have been, yes.
Madeline. They all had a lot of hair. Madeline said you had quite the head of hair back then in the day, Abe.
Oh yeah,
I know. Her
I used to
teeth.
have a bunch of hair.
It's like Jesse said that too. He's like, look at all that hair. He's looking at himself. When you guys were younger in that picture.
You know, in the '70s we had a bunch of hair that kind of looked like a Bruce Lee. The Bruce Lee haircut.
Rain.
The only thing I've never been able to have is long hair
Mm.
because I always kept it short. In the military, I kept it literally almost.
You have that native thick, straight hair. Rocking that Luis Miguel hair. Madeline.
Here's some more pictures of me here. Watch out, they're gonna think it's Brother Wolf. No, I'm just playing. Check it out. From the face, another different pictures of the face. No, that's not it. Oh, it didn't send it. Wow, I don't know why it didn't send it.
Hello, Juan.
Who do we got here?
Juan Avila.
Juan Avila. How you doing, brother
Juan
Juan Avila?
La.
So here we go. Here's yeah, I wasn't too happy on this pictures, man, because I woke up with a headache. I do feel pain from those. To this day, I feel pain in that area of my
That's
head.
weird. Yeah, because you have a lot of nerve. We have a lot of nerves endings in our scalp, our face. Your face and your head bleeds a lot.
So here you go.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I wasn't happy this day. I woke up with a headache from hell on my head, on this side of the head. I think this side might be deeper.
On your left side?
But
Is that your
yeah,
left or your right?
uh,
I don't
my
know if
left.
it's your mirror.
Yeah, that's a mirror, so it would be on my left side. See, no, yeah, it's my left side because the mirror's to my right. So yeah, on my left side. That's why where it hurts a lot sometimes. I don't know. Was this a beauty shot or something? But there you go. That's how the scars really look. I'm still trying to find the picture of me when I was a kid.
Oh,
This really what I don't have is no pictures of me of my childhood. If there was any pictures of me, I lost them all.
yeah, I have to say the same thing.
Yeah, I used to have a picture of me with the turkey when I was a kid.
A turkey.
Yeah,
A live turkey?
yeah.
Oh,
I just need to look for it. It's
funny. Your sister.
Let me see if I can find it. I don't know where it's at actually.
Yeah,
Huh.
Lana, your head and your face bleed a
Look,
lot.
it is around the age when everything happened because right here in this picture, my hair is all effed up still. So I'm gonna share the picture.
Beatriz.
My sister's in here too.
Yeah.
What'd she say?
You gotta read it.
No, look, I see what you said. Look, sis, you're in here too. I want to share her. She's in there too. Look, we're with
Oh,
my
the picture.
grandfather.
In the
So here we go.
picture.
Let's share it.
Oh,
Look at my hairline; it's all fucked up there because it
oh
scratched
my
me off there. But
gosh.
it took the chunk of hair off of me.
Oh, wow. Look at all that hair on everybody. Oh my goodness.
Here's my sister B right here. Here's my
Oh,
grandfather. This is from a Polaroid,
oh, okay.
but that's me, little spiritual Abe.
Uh, who's the one next behind you?
That's my sister Guadalupe.
Oh,
Me and her are 10 months apart,
oh, wow.
and this is a cousin of ours. And here's a turkey.
Look at that turkey. It's huge. How cute. They're so funny. I follow someone on YouTube and they have a farm and they have turkeys. I, the turkey goes inside and has a diaper on because he likes to be inside. They're hilarious. Did your grandfather have a farm?
My sister said that's not me. That's you, sis. When you're,
She
she
saw
was
that's
this.
not me.
So check it out. My sister said she don't remember that because she was too young. She
Yeah.
was like, I guess 2 years old there. She don't remember what happened to. I already had the scar by then because you could see it on my hair. I'm missing hair from my freaking head.
Wow. Deep
Let me see if I can take a closer look at my hairline.
from my freaking head. Turkeys are evil creatures. Law. You know, I grew up Jehovah's Witness. So we would go house to house, and we went to this farm and one time it's in a place, a town called Gilbert. And it's kind of far from where I am. And they had turkeys. They had so many turkeys. It was like a turkey farm. And I told my mom that they sounded like they were speaking Spanish because they were talking all fast. All loud, all of them. Look at that.
Look at that. It took my whole freaking hair from here, a chunk of my hair. So the only part I could play now, I was trying to play Batman. The only part I can play is Robin because of the freaking hairline. Look at that. Took a chunk of my
Oh my
of my
goodness.
hair. Look at that. It's a big chunk.
Yeah. Hello, Mark. Mark says, I had a turkey just like that when I was a kid.
Look at you, sis. Where's B at? There she
She's
is.
little.
Little B. You, sis. She's like, that's not me. Yeah, that's you.
Aw.
She says, I remember that evil man. So that's the grandfather that got attacked spiritually by that demon in the chicken coop.
Oh.
He got attacked in the chicken coop.
B. B.
I think that's a pretty good classic picture, sis. Many moons ago. She said no. She said no. It was pulling off his hair when we were fighting. Yeah, right. You were too young to be fighting. You was getting drop kick all the time, sis. She was always getting beat up, and then that's why she turned mean. She remembered all the beat downs. Man, she was my sister, man. She was stuck me with a fork on the back.
He thought she's nothing nice. B.
That's the only picture I really have. I think I have a picture of me when I was a freshman. I lost most of my pictures.
Mm.
She said, she's probably the one that gave me the scratches on the freaking head, thinking it was it was this creature I'm telling you about, because she would see it too. She would see the red eyes looking at her in the room she was sleeping.
Mm. Bitches.
She don't want to jump on. You want to say something, sis?
He said, bring it on.
There's
Come
something
on,
you want to
hop
say to
on.
me? There's something you want to say to me?
Yeah, right.
And me and her were always getting the whoopings.
That's funny.
It's like when she was hooked, I'll be laughing at her, and then when I get hooked, she'll be laughing at me. Because she was started, and I get whooped, and then I mess around with her, and she'll say a bad word, and that's it. It's an automatic ass whooping, and I'll be laughing at her when she's getting spanked. She'll be like,
Too funny.
"It's making fun of me," and I'll be like, "I ain't doing nothing, Mom. I'm just over here. She's just trying to get me to get hit too."
It's so funny because I do remember when I threw the fork at you in your back.
Yeah.
I've done that to someone.
But he was picking on me. He kept on picking on me, and I told him to behave. And I got so mad because he was saying, you were that guy that liked me, remember? Johnny Mata,
Yeah.
I think, what you were saying.
Yeah.
And he kept on picking on me. I told him to leave me alone. He didn't want to listen. And I got the fork and I threw it at him on the back, and it was hanging. It was like hanging on his back, and it was moving up and down.
I did that to one of my exes. I threw that fork because my dad I was like a boy to him, you know. I was out there throwing knives and forks and freaking hatchets, all kinds of stuff. My dad was funny. So I did that. And I didn't, and that's so funny that you say that, because I'm like, how is it sticking in, but it's floppy?
Yeah, I was moving up and down, and it was like, ah, funny.
And it doesn't look like it's in their skin because it's
Yeah,
hanging.
yeah, and it's going up and down, moving.
Yeah,
But Abe and I would always fight all the time. We were the ones that would always get spanked.
that's
Right?
hilarious.
And just to get on his nerves, I would bite my nails. He hated that.
No, you
Biting
know
your
what?
nail.
It's not because of people cutting their nails. The reason I hated that is because of the freaking brujas that will come.
The lechuzas, yeah.
The
Ew.
lechuzas that will come
But
with their
no,
cameras.
no.
They'll
I
make
could
that.
be in the I could be in another room and be
And
biting
that
my nails,
hurts.
and he can be way over there, and he would come and look at me. Stop biting your nails, Jackie. And I wasn't even near him.
But it
He's
was
like, cut it out.
Yeah,
being dramatized from the Lechusa sounds that we'll hear on
I could
Saturdays
be like
because
3 or 4
it would be
rooms away, and he would be in the other room. He would come and tell me, "Stop biting your nails."
Oh
Yeah.
my
yeah, they
god.
don't bother me no more. Is it the
That's so
talent
funny.
from the Lechusas?
Yeah,
You
now he
hear
just
that?
makes the noises. Cut it
Yeah,
out, Abe.
Yeah.
it was so funny. I would tell him, "Leave me alone. Go back over there."
That's hilarious.
I mean,
Yeah.
do you blame me? I mean, shit. Something try to do a claw on my head. You know,
Try to
oh
snatch him.
damn it!
No, but it was me that grabbed his hair and pulled it out.
You don't remember. I just
I
don't
don't,
remember
I don't,
the things you
I
brought up because
remember, like, I don't remember a lot when I was young. I just remember sometimes I get like flashbacks, little
Mm,
flashbacks, parts and pieces, but I really don't remember.
I have like I have a few decades worth of slots that are missing in time,
Yeah,
which is really weird. But I guess the more I talk to people, I guess it's normal.
I guess it was because we were like traumatized a lot when we were young, and a
Well,
lot of
yeah,
stuff happened, and it's like I blocked this, you know, stuff
you're
out.
right. Oh my God,
Yeah,
you're so right. Trauma
and
does that. It
and
blacks
then
out.
sometimes I do like I don't know, anything can trigger it, and I started getting flashbacks, like coming, and I could see it, like
Right,
it opens a door. Yeah,
right.
it,
There's
uh,
triggers.
yeah,
as she
it
as,
triggers. It.
as she kept on growing, she started seeing the red eyes over there where she was asleep.
Oh,
What?
that man, that
No,
man
but
Ew.
the
in the
one that
window.
was looking at you from on top of the ceiling of the because our house was on pillars. So
Yeah,
Oh,
on
okay.
top of the window,
what happened that
go
night?
ahead.
That night, I was waiting for my husband. I don't know. He said he was gonna go somewhere, and he never came back. And I was all mad. I was like, okay, mother MF, I'm gonna wait up for you. I was so mad.
Yeah.
And on the dresser, I had my TV on the dresser, and there was a window, and I heard the car pull up, and I looked because I saw the lights, and he pulled up, turned off the car, and I saw him sitting down in the car. So I got up and I went outside. I was gonna go argue with him, and the car was loud. You could hear it if he would have turned it on and left. And I got up and I ran towards the car, and there was nobody there. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't hear the car turn on. So I went back inside, and I was like, okay. And I was like, what and so I laid down. That was the same night that I saw those red eyes. Probably because I was mad. I don't know. I don't
Oh,
know. But
anger.
yeah,
Anger.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
probably because you threw that fork on my back.
No, it's funny.
Unicorn. Hello, unicorn biscuits.
But that's not
No, but
nothing. But Abram, that's not nothing what I did to you. What I
That's
did
I
to
know.
funny.
Robert. Robert was the same thing, my brother Robert.
Oh
Oh
no.
yeah,
Do you remember that I got him and I body slammed him on the
yeah.
ground? Because he was so skinny. I was so mad because he kept on picking on me too. And
My
I
brother,
can't
he
imagine.
my sister buddy Macho.
was- no, he was constantly, no, he was making fun of me of that one guy too.
Oh,
And he was like that for about probably 10, 15 minutes. And I told him to stop. And he
Yeah,
kept on and kept on. I got so mad. So I ran towards him like the water boy, what's his name?
Bobby Boucher.
Yeah, Bobby Boucher. I ran towards him and I got him and I went, "Arr!" and I body slammed him on the ground and I got up on him and started punching him all over. He was so mad.
oh my goodness, that's hilarious.
Yeah. And I got punished because, I was being bad, but they didn't even do nothing to him. He's the one that started it. It was always me
No, but
getting beat up.
my sister looked like a freaking defensive lineman compared to my brother. My brother was skinny. He was he was real
Uh,
skinny as hell.
That's funny.
His brother
I'm
Robert.
reading this. Sorry.
I wonder if he remembers that, sis.
Yeah, he does. He says, try it now. I'm not gonna be able to pick him up.
That's funny. I can't
Yeah.
imagine growing up a girl and having a bunch of brothers.
Oh
Like
yeah, I was.
how was that like dating?
Oh, we never did nothing like that. We never went anywhere.
Oh my goodness.
Me and the boys.
They were so strict.
Yeah, we couldn't even go to the corner store by ourselves.
I can
Yeah.
imagine. Well, girls, see, my dad was like that. We had a 6 foot fence, chain link fence with a double gate for entry, in the vehicles or whatever. And then we had a little gate in the front that led, it was a sidewalk from the front door all the way to the gate.
Yeah.
Outside of that gate, there was a mailbox. We had to ask permission to go get the mail.
To go. Yeah. Yeah, we
I'm
never
like,
did.
and I thought it was normal. I was like, wait a minute. I told my dad, wait
Back
a
in the
minute.
day, strict.
Yes. And then my best friend, to this day, we're still best friends. He's like my brother. He would come over and play. Because I wasn't the only child, but I was 7 years younger than my older sister. So she was always gone down the street with her best friend. And her aunt was my mom's best friend. So we were always up and down the street with people because they were all like families. My area is called Dark Shadows, and that was one street. And that was the last street leaving our little town, which is like a Yaqui reservation. It's just, Yaqui, and they're Mexican, so they're Yaqui. It's a little town. They have like, their own centers, their own um, native uh, buildings. They even they do a lot for the tribe. Like they just built a bunch of new houses. And I'm really happy because the town looks so nice. I grew up there, girl. They had outhouses and the little houses were of adobe.
Yeah, we had an outhouse too.
Yeah. The whole town was like it's really old. There was
Mhm.
nothing around there. Nothing. And that's where I always talk about growing up there because there's a lot of crazy activity there because of the burial ground that's not far from there. You know, they wouldn't bury them close. You know how they bury them still a little bit out of town.
Yeah.
Um, but it's not like super far. You could walk there, you know? And I remember when they were building, they bought the land and they were going to build a like really exquisite exort, like a resort there, and it's called the Arizona. What is it? What used to be called the Point, and the restaurant was called the Point in Time, and it's like way at the top of a hill, so you could see out all, like you could see all of the cities: Phoenix, Mesa, Tempe, Chandler, everything. We have mountains called the Camelback Mountains, and it looks like a
Yeah.
camel. Mhm.
Where in Arizona are you?
I'm in Tempe.
Oh, I'm in Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, I've been here a year already.
Oh, oh. So did you come in the summer?
I came up here last Thanksgiving, before
Oh, so
Thanksgiving. Yeah.
so have you gone through
I've
a
gone
summer?
through. Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting
But
hotter and hotter here, girl.
I don't know, but it's cold at night. It's,
Yeah, we've been having. Well, I tell everybody who's not from here, December's not really cold. Our coldest month is January.
yeah.
So with January, February, and March, it's still chilly if we're gonna have a nice spring. But if we don't have a nice spring, it's already getting warm. Yeah, but our town has a lot of like supernatural things going on all the time. I just talked to one of the guys that I know. A few weeks ago, I saw him ride his bike through the area that I'm staying at right now. And I was like, hey, what are you doing over here? Because I know he's up to no good, probably. And he's like, "Oh, hey," they start trying to make up something. So he said he knew somebody here. I was like, "Uh huh, okay." So I told him, "Hey, I need to ask you a question. Do you see shadow people in Guad at night?" He's like, "Oh, hell yeah! There's a lot of shadow things." He said, "Things. There's a lot of shadow things in Guad at night." I said, "I thought you were one of the people that had told me before." He said they used to follow him around, like when he
Just
would walk at night. I was
So
like,
what do you think about those people that say that shadow people are their friends?
that they're
okay.
their friends. Huh.
No, there's
That-
people that say that those that are called dark shadow figures or botonegros that they say that it's
They're,
friends
they're up to no good. That's why.
just because they're doing the dark arts.
Or they're doing something bad.
Yeah. That's why they. I
Like
don't
my mom
know.
would say, andan de traviesos.
They used to call it the cosa mala, the evil one,
Yeah.
the dark shadow
Ooh.
figures. And the natives, that's what they're called. And the natives will call them the ones, but
Mm.
they're called the ones. But the ones that rise from the bloodshed, from the center of the bloodshed, called the ones, like demigods. But they're shadow figures that come manifest
Creepy.
through Mother Nature itself.
Hmm.
Imagine seeing something that looks like a person, but when you get close to it, it's made out of leaves and branches, or
I don't know.
it looks like it's made out of rocks. Because it can manifest out of Mother Nature itself.
Right.
When
And
I would see them. I remember when we were in Lubbock. The last year that we went up there up north,
oh,
Lubbock. Well, I would always see one at night in the window. Just before my
Ew.
mom passed away, the last year we were together, I would always see it in the window. But then on the other side, like I would always behind the truck, I would always see a white, bright. Sh- it was a white shadow, but it looked like my grandpa. Remember Grandpa Joe? The way he would stand, and he had like a hat, but he was all
Mm,
in white. But then the shadow figure would be on the other side. I don't know. It was like
mm,
trying to like warn us or protect us or something.
the white
But
one?
that
Yeah.
and I would always see him every night, the both of them, every single night. And I would look and I look and I look and I would like it would freak me out. But then when we went back home,
Mhm.
that was when my mom passed away. But I had a dream about her. But
Oh,
it was a weird dream that I was going in, we were going to a church. Well, that I was going to a church, and then it turned into a funeral home. And there was a coffin, and there was somebody in the coffin, and they kept on moving and moving and moving, you know. And I kept on getting closer and closer,
oh my
and
gosh.
it was my mom. I saw my mom.
What?
Yeah, and then
So
she passed away like I think like 2 weeks after.
you had a premonition.
Yeah, and then I had another dream that she was walking out and I was like running after her, and when she turned around, she had like red eyes. She looked really
Oh
evil.
wow.
Yeah, but that night that she died, I saw her. I saw her.
Wow.
Mm,
That's like I don't know. I
We
had
were
talked
all
to
young.
Jesse.
yeah,
I think I was 15 and my sister was 13. I think when
Yeah,
all
you
this
guys
happened.
were little.
The youngest was 5 and 3, I think, right, or five
well,
and two.
Gosh.
no,
That's just like
Judy,
devastating.
There was so much evil, man, happening.
well, Judy was a little
The people
baby,
was afraid were
and
getting attacked
Tommy
on a daily
too.
basis because my
Yeah,
dad and my mom were bonded. They were fighting all the time. I mean, we were up there working.
but it was him.
Yeah, just
Wow.
He's the one that brought all that evil stuff.
a lot of crazy events happened. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for your guys'
I remember
loss.
we used to work in the fields, in the cotton fields, and we're working in the rows. Our job was to cut the weeds out of the cotton field so the cotton could grow. And then I
Yeah.
heard my mom screaming, and she was ahead of me, and she wasn't moving. And so I started running, and she's not moving. And I look, and I see a rattlesnake that's coiled up, ready to strike her. And I angle my the hoe, right, and I'm looking at it, and the rattlesnake had red eyes, and it's looking at my mother, and
What?
I swing it, boom, swing it right on top of the head of the rattlesnake. When I hit the rattlesnake, there was white smoke. There's just a puff of white smoke, and it smelled like sulfur.
Wow.
And my mom said, "Ay Maria Purísima." And then that's when I started asking her, "Hey, who's that man that comes talk to you at nighttime? Because I see him, you talking to him at nighttime." He
What?
said, I asked her, "Is that our grandfather?" And she looked at me and said, "You see him too?" I said, "Yeah. I see him sometimes when we're working that he's behind us." And I asked her what's going on. And she told me that he told her to be careful in the next couple of months because something bad might happen. To be very careful, like he can't warn her, you know.
Yeah, she knew that day that she passed away, she knew that she wasn't herself that day. She knew that she was gonna die.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, that's crazy because they say that you do.
Hmm.
They say you know when you're going to die.
She
There's
wasn't
oh,
no,
so
she
sad.
wasn't yeah.
I
It's
wonder
just
if
so
there's
much.
yeah. So some of the events that would happen, uh, when there's fighting, se arrima la cosa mala, which means evil will come. So that's what would happen.
That's true.
they were fighting. I remember one time I was so tired. We're at the ranch up in Lubbock, and I was outside after working from, was it like 6 in the morning, Beatrice, to like around 7 in the evening.
Yeah.
would be tired, working all day in the sun. And I was sitting in the front porch. I had barely taken off my shoes because they're full of sand from the fields, from uh, the cultivated field. And as I'm sitting there, they're arguing inside, and he had hit my sister. He had hit my other sister, and I was just pissed off.
And
You know,
he hit us because he was beating up on my mom, and we told him to stop.
so
He
Oh,
tied
there was
God.
a lot of
he tied
violence.
her,
Yeah.
he tied her like a cow from her arms and her legs,
Mhm.
and he ripped her nightgown,
Yeah,
unbuttoned
this
it,
I
and we
got in a
told
fight
him
with him.
to leave her alone because he was beating her up, and I yelled at him first to leave her alone. So he looked at me, and he went and he started beating me with the big old flashlight on my
Yeah,
head
Oh my gosh.
really, really hard, and I was just covering myself, and then my sister said to leave me alone, you know, and he just looked at her. He kept on beating me, and then my sister got up. She went to the kitchen, and he went after her, and he punched her in her neck. And my sister said she blacked out, but she like came to, and he was gonna hit her again, and my sister punched him, and he flew, and Abram stepped in, and he grabbed him.
I got him in a full Nelson, and I told him to
Mhm.
leave, and they all got
Yeah,
in the station in the truck and took off. And I fought him. I rammed his whole body in through because he was a big guy, and I rammed him in through the wall, like literally through the wall, and I hit him in the face too. I mean, I hit him hard, and he was in a daze, and he looked at me, and he told me, if you ever touch me again or hit me again, you're dead. That's what he told me.
Oh my
And then
yeah,
I
gosh.
but
left,
it
and
was him.
I had my guards up just in case he was going to try to do something, but he didn't do nothing.
I think
He
that's
walked away from me. But I stood up to him, and that night, that's when everything happened. Where they come back, and he's trying to argue again, and I'm outside, and that's when I see him. Because I would always see this dark shadow figure by the pole, by the entrance of
Oh,
the ranch, and he was
oh
always
man,
standing by the pole. This dark shadow figure,
yeah. I would see him in the
and
window
yeah, and
looking.
then next thing you know, as I'm sitting there, in front of the ranch, there's pine trees,
Yeah,
and
mm.
on the side of the ranch, there's pine trees that go
yeah.
all along the ranch.
Oh,
So
wow.
as I'm sitting there, I see this red eyes looking at me, not
Mm-mm.
one pair,
Come on.
red eyes on every pine tree that's there. I'm seeing all these red eyes, and then I see this big dark shadow figures that have red eyes, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And then I look to the left. There's some by the cotton where they keep the seeds for the cotton. You see
Yeah.
one right there. Then I want to look to the right. They're all around us. They surrounded the ranch. This big dark shadow figures with red
That's
eyes.
creepy.
They start coming towards the house from all directions, like closing up on us. So I go inside and I tell them, like, what's the mala? It's here, it's here. I'm telling them the evil one is here, the evil one is here. And they stop fighting. And I said, look, look. And when they start looking, they start seeing them. So I'm running inside and I'm blocking the doors and all this. And you could see them, like, they close up so close, they're looking in through the windows. You could see the red eyes looking through the windows.
Yeah.
This ranch house had windows in every room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter which room you went to, you could see the
There's
eyes,
a
the red
window.
eyes looking,
Yeah.
because they're right there by the windows,
Yeah.
right there by the door, the door that goes to the kitchen. You could see one standing over there. They're all around us, and that's when we start praying. We're praying and praying and praying. Next thing you don't see them no more. Uh, so we go to sleep, and when I'm asleep, I'm dreaming that I'm falling in a well, a hole. So I
Yeah.
imagined that I'm gonna hit something soft. So when I did bounce, when I landed, finally hit the rock bottom of this hole, I bounced. So when I woke up, I thought I fell off the bed because I feel my face pressing on something. So I'm thinking I'm on the ground. When I open my eyes, I see my
There
brother
was
Robert looking up, looking up
there
at
was
the
a
ceiling.
shadow.
And my
Mhm.
body is elevated, being pressed on the
What?
ceiling by an unseen force. They got me pressed up on the ceiling.
Oh,
My brother Robert jumped off the bed. He took off running out of the room, scared, and then
yeah.
whatever it was that was holding me up on the ceiling let me go, and I freaking hit hard on the ground. Uh,
Wow.
that's something I'll never forget. I was literally elevated on the ceiling.
I thought you were gonna say you were on top of your little brother. That's why it was soft landing.
No, no, no. He see me. He woke up. He's like, "Oh shit!" The only thing I hear my brother say is like, "Oh shit!"
And
He
you
That's
jumped up.
know,
crazy.
my parents, they were really, really religious. Well, we were too, because we would
Yeah.
go. I mean, I always go to church. Always go to
Yeah,
church.
Right.
Always.
yeah. I'm sharing the
But
story, and I'm feeling some pains. Go
but
ahead.
my father, was just he was. I don't know. I think I think that he would. It had to do with his family too, because of
I
all
think
the
he was
stuff
being
he would
bonded.
do.
He was being bonded.
That sounds
The
like yeah, possession.
Yeah, he was being bonded because they would do exorcisms. Him and my
Yeah,
mother were joined. They were with the priest. They would do
Oh,
exorcisms or pray for people that had negative attachment. So it was a group of people that I guess that's what they would do. Go pray
but
for
then
people.
his mom, my grandma, I think she was a witch too. She was a
oh,
witch, and then my uncle, he would practice that black magic, you
yeah.
know, and a lot
That
of stuff would happen to him.
yeah.
He had scratches, and he would be under. I remember one time he was under a car, and he's a big man, and the car was low. And how in the world did he get under the car?
It was a
And
19. Was it an Impala? Those green one, the green Impalas, the long ones.
he was a
Uh,
huge man.
he weighed like,
Mm.
man, like 400 and something pounds. He was
Yeah,
huge.
and a lot
Like
of
the
stuff would happen.
67s or the
We're young. We're trying to figure out things like what the hell's going on. How the hell did he get on top? There was one time that we heard like a loud thump on top of the roof.
It was him.
So I get the ladder and I climb it to see what's
what?
going on.
Hmm.
And my uncle is laid out, and there's a big ass dent on the roof where I guess something picked him up in the air and slammed him, dropped him.
Oh my
He said
god.
that the demons. I think did he say demons or brujas, Beatriz? Do you remember?
I don't know, but
Oh,
it was something.
He's
It
saying that they
was
were taking
something.
him, that the demons were coming for him. They were taking him,
the
and
same thing to me.
that they I guess lost grip of the rope. He was wrapped around this big old thick rope,
What?
and he was all scratched up and everything because I
Yeah.
guess he had was uh, reading the black magic book or something. I don't know,
Oh my
but
goodness.
they were coming after him because they wanted him to finish, and he didn't want to finish reading
And do you
or whatever.
remember
Oh,
um our other uncle Esteban, that all of us went to his house and did like an
Yeah,
exorcism and all prayed for him, and he was
yeah.
crawling in the walls? And I remember that, and I was young.
I know what happened to him, and it was
Yep.
a grandmother. A
Yeah.
grandmother. I shared the story here where
Yeah.
the thing that showed up at her house. It was on a
Yep.
Sunday,
It
and
was the man in the top
it was a
hat.
man.
the hat
He
man.
looked the hat man in the black suit.
Yes,
Yeah,
girl.
it was him. He would go once a year.
I saw him
Once a
once when
year.
I was 13. I don't want to see him again. Yeah,
Yep.
I don't. That's a
And they would
creepy
tell,
thing.
yeah, and they would
Chris
tell us
Pratt,
not to go,
it
not to
was
go there.
it would go, you know, the fear factor, and if people are on the bad road already, they're open up to that, then they're leaving themselves
Mm-hmm.
an opening to get spiritually attacked, and you have to, when it comes to the generational curses, somebody's got to make a spiritual stance against it, and
Mhm.
tie banner in Jesus Christ's name,
Yep.
and,
Right.
and cut those negative ties. Somebody has to
Right.
do it.
She she had to have been a witch because when she died, two ladies entered the funeral home. They were crawling all the way up.
What?
They crawled all the way up to the casket, but they stopped right there where the seats were of the very first row. They
Yeah.
stopped right there, and they crawled all the way up there, and then they were speaking in some kind of language.
What?
And they were all dressed in black, yeah, yeah, and they had like bells on their head and stuff, and then they were saying something, chanting something, saying, and everybody was just like, I don't know, it was weird because
It
everybody's
was
like
nobody
moving.
could see them. Everybody was frozen.
Yeah,
There was
it was
there was
weird.
no time.
Time
And
stop.
then,
Time
uh-huh,
stop. Yeah.
and then when they
What?
were gonna leave, they started crawling backwards all the way out
Um.
of the funeral home. Yes.
Okay, that makes sense because if
Well,
time stopped, there
It
wouldn't
was
be. They wouldn't turn around and go backwards. They would have to go
yeah.
back the same way they came.
When that happened, the doors opened by themselves with a strong gust of wind,
it
and you
was
can
so
see them
weird
come
that day.
Not
This when they
wind.
start coming crawling, and everybody that's talking is frozen. Like they're
Yeah,
like
they
That's
just
everybody.
wild.
There's no
keep
time,
moving. Yeah.
and
Right.
they went up there. It's one of them was moving like a snake on the ground. That's what it looked like to me. And
They're
they're up there saying,
Oh,
chanting something, and then they walk
chanting
backwards.
in a different language.
When they walk backwards and the door shut, everything
Everybody
goes back.
was like normal. Yeah, it was
Whoever's
weird.
hmm.
talking, they start talking. Yeah, like there was no time.
Wow. Yeah, I've experienced that time stopping. Like just stopped for everything else besides me.
Yeah.
It was going on for me and it was in slow motion, but I could see it stopped traffic for me. I had a blowout. I had a 64 Impala and I had a blowout on the freeway on the front tire. So it spun my car and I landed. Like I got a hold of it because like I defensive driving, So I caught it before it spun all the way around on the freeway. So,
Mhm.
but I stopped it and it stopped the opposite way, you know, on the freeway. Like I was facing like the way you lay on a bed instead of going, you know, one way, you're laying across the other way. My was like that. And I turned and I looked at my passengers because they were my friends and her little brothers. And I looked out my back window and I could see like but they looked so weird. Like all the lights, but the lights were like kind of like the way you look at a prism, how
Uh-huh.
the colors are separated. And I was looking at that and I was like, oh my God, we're going to get slammed by all those cars. And right then, I just put my car in reverse. And back then on the freeway over here, we used to have mediums that were dirt. And then they had oleanders. But that was for, just in case an emergency on that left side of the highway, because the right side had the lane. But I threw it in reverse. And right when I got the car perfectly in that middle of that lane, the traffic just zoomed by. And I looked at my friend and she looked at me and we just looked at each other like, what just happened? Because that timing, there's no way. there's just no way that we wouldn't have been hit
You
on the
see,
freeway.
You
I
had to
think
guard
somebody says here, somebody said Jesus Christ is the Lord. They have no authority. The only way there could be authority if they're dabbling in something. Soprano, whatever his name is. If somebody's
Luciano.
dabbling in something, or they're on the bad road, or have a spiritual opening, then those things dealing with witches, demons, they do have authority. If
Hmm.
somebody is on the wrong path, or they've been leaving themselves a spiritual opening,
Well, if you're working with them,
Do you
so
remember?
that's
Do you,
where you're. What I say to you, that they did have authority to be there, if that's what she was doing.
yeah. Do you
Jesus Christ is
remember?
your Lord and Savior, but you got to accept Him as your Lord and Savior. You got to believe in Him, and you have to do the works, the spiritual works. So for somebody that's a brujo, or dabbling in something, and they're part of cults, and they don't claim Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior, or the Heavenly Father as the Lord and Savior, and they're not doing the good works, or doing evil works. But then all those things, those principalities dealing with evil, do have jurisdiction over there. Unless the person asks God for forgiveness or repents for the sin
Mhm.
of what they've done in life, then possibly He will forgive them for what they've done in their life. But by then, it might be too late too. It depends if they're doing it in true faith and believe in Jesus Christ. So that's why things like that can happen.
right?
That's what happens. We see it happen all the time here on some of the channels, some of the shows where people come in and you know say certain things, or they're believing in other things. When you're believing in other things that has nothing to do with Jesus Christ, then you're so called, you might be leaving a spiritual opening to yourself.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
like me just sharing the story of what I'm sharing to you all about. But the spiritual warfare, about the vampires and the witches, well, they would explain to me the battles that was happening up in the air, because I would see these demons, and I would see these things flying in the air, battling each other,
Yeah.
and little figures and everything, all at once, because there was a war going on. Was it Battle of the Witches and Vampires? Something definitely was happening. Was it Battle of the Witches? Something was definitely happening because of the activity, and I've always been able to see spiritually, hear spiritually. It was too much activity just to say, just coincidental. No, too much activity that you were even able to see this beings, or this I guess you could say, things that they may deal with surface up. Like the Man in Black, or the guy that with a goat leg, the the brujas that we would see at nighttime, like around 10:30, 11 at night, walking in the streets dressed all in black with their
In the
veils.
backyard. All those.
The 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 one that looked like a goat, but it was like in the form of a little boy, but with the goat legs. We see all kinds of crazy stuff like that. You know.
But all that was like, I say demons.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's a spiritual warfare.
Yeah, it is. But
Spiritual
that little.
warfare can happen in many ways, many forms. And if,
Hmm.
to my understanding, there was a battle happening with her and some other bruja, dark witch, that was within the same side of the other side of the family, and they were battling each other. So hexing one another, uh, magic against magic ain't going to make a positive. So the only
But
thing that's going to do is cause chaos and havoc. You know,
yeah.
and
Do
these
you?
things that we know now is because as the years went by, we gathered information, and we started figuring out things. Go ahead, sis.
Do you remember that one lady that apparently she was a witch too, and she would always have the barajas.
Yeah.
Remember? Uh, your dad would always say talk about that lady, and
But
I
what
remember
lady?
when it was a lady that I don't know who it is, but she was like a friend of grandma's or something like that. I guess
Yeah,
she
she
was a
had
witch.
tarot cards.
Yes, and that when she
Um,
died, the middle of her house caved in or something like that. Se
oh
abrió
wow.
el techo or
She
something
just
like
put
that.
it this way: when she died with a deck of cards in her hand, with a
Yes.
smile on her face.
Yep.
What?
Yeah, she died with a smile on her face.
A smile.
Yeah,
That lady.
That's kind of creepy.
we used to go cut her grass, and she had that's where we got our parrot from. His name was, they call him Stupid, but he was real smart. It's her parrot, the parrot that she gave us before she passed away. His name was Stupid.
Oh,
Yeah, she was like a gypsy slash, no, read cards and things like that. But yeah, she was into something.
oh wow.
But he would go cut her grass and stuff like that. She had a big white house, right?
I think so. I was young, but I remember her. I remember her. But yeah, I think she was a bruja too. She was a witch.
Well, that's
She
all
had
there
to
is there
be.
in that hometown of ours.
And
Yeah,
That's all
same
when you go like when we go back home, I know when I hadn't gone back home in forever.
here.
But my sister's ex mother in law passed away, and she wanted me to go with her. So I said, okay, I'll go with you. So we went, and as soon as you hit the city limit, it feels so eerie, and you get like goosebumps. You
Oh,
can feel the bad energy in that town.
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Isn't
Really,
that
really,
weird?
really.
I think I
Yeah.
have a picture of my grandmother, but I don't know. Should I share it? When she was younger, she was around the 1915, I think. My grandfather was from the 1800s, from like 1890, 1880, somewhere around there.
Oh wow. Yeah,
I think
one of my grandfathers was 1900.
so. I think I have a
You
picture
have
somewhere.
the picture of all of them together in the living
Yeah.
room. And if you look at my dad, he looks so evil, and he was young.
Wow.
He looked to me. He does. He looks the way he has his eyebrows and just the way he looks.
Yeah. Well, you know him. You know.
I remember one time, you know, they like separated. He said he was gonna leave. He was gonna leave to Corpus or Houston or something, and he
Mm,
was gone for a week. And we were all there, and it was different and stuff. No more fighting or anything. And then I remember it was a Saturday night. All we hear was a big old thump. He was in
really?
the ceiling for I think a week or 2 weeks in the
What?
ceiling inside on the top. Yeah. And when he jumped down, he started laughing. He was laughing.
Oh my gosh.
He was all dirty and sweaty and everything. Yep. And he had made
What?
holes in the ceiling, and he would look at everybody.
Well, that
Yep.
is wild.
Yep.
That's not
I
normal.
know. Yeah, it's not normal.
How
Yep.
sad.
And he said, I heard everything y'all were saying, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he was a sick man because he would go, even had holes in the bathroom. He would look
Gosh,
at everybody shower and all that stuff.
goodness.
Yeah. I was the last one to leave home, back home. And he was already out of prison. I remember one day he went
Wow.
he went and he knocked at the door, and I opened the door and I told him, "Come in," you know, and he said, "No, I'm fine right here." And
Oh, wow.
I was there with my two boys and well, my husband, and he was looking up at the ceiling, and he says, and I looked, I said, "Yeah, there's some holes. I don't know if there's rats or whatever. I think a rat did it." And he looked at me and he laughed. He said, "No, do you remember when I was in the ceiling? I made those holes." That's what he told me. And it
Wow.
was like he was still like kind of eerie. And he says, he said, "If I really wanted to," he said, "I can come and kill you and your family."
Oh my
That's what
gosh.
he told me. And my husband heard that and he started telling them stuff and he left.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can imagine.
It was
Your
just,
husband's like, yeah, no.
yeah, la cosa mala. La cosa mala, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he had a
He had
unclean
the-
spirit, a demon in him.
he
Because
did.
Yes.
I seen it surface up. When the last time I ever went to go visit him, I mean, he's already in a wheelchair. He was missing his leg
And he's
and
still the
stuff. But
same way. He's still the same way.
yeah,
Because
Well,
wh-
he
when I, well,
he
go
don't
ahead.
live there no more. I don't know where he lives, in a like
He's
a
in a
nursing
retirement
home or
home
something,
now.
retirement home or something.
oh,
When I went back with my sister, he would always ask for me. Everybody saw him except for me. But when I went back with my sister that one time, I told him, "Okay, take me to go see him." Girl, me and my sister went inside the house. I'm getting chills.
it
As soon
sounded
as
like it when you stopped.
as soon as you walk in the door, you can feel the bad energy that
Mm-mm.
coming like from way in the back room, and then all of it comes to the front. And he was there, and it was so weird because he was like he was in a wheelchair, and we were talking,
Mm.
and he's my sister says, "Hi, how are you doing?" And he said, because he would always ask for me, that he wanted to see me, and he said, "Look, I brought you Beatrice. She wanted to come see you." And he just looked at me and he said, "Oh, Beatrice," and like one tear came out of his eye, right?
What?
And then he tried like to touch me, and he touched he touched my arm a little bit, and I moved back. And then all of a sudden, he started arguing with my sister, talking about
Oh,
my mom and talking about, my mom and just all this stuff and all the bad energy. And it was like at that certain time when they were arguing, it was like I had thoughts in my head that I was gonna kill
right.
him right there. Uh-huh.
Oh,
And it was bad thoughts. And then my sister too, she was like over here, like, but it was so weird because it was like if we were like kind of like in a trance. But then
wow.
like they like kind of snapped out of it, and I yelled at my sister, said, "Let's go." And we left. And he was like, "No, don't leave. Come back, don't leave." And we left.
Wow.
And I got really sick. I don't know, like if something like tried to get in me or something, because I got really sick. And my sister said that I wasn't myself, and my aunt too.
Oh,
And
wow.
they prayed, yeah, and they prayed for me. And then I
Thank
got
God.
better. Yeah,
Yeah, thank
it
God they
was
prayed.
something. It was something. Yeah, yeah. But you could
You always
feel
have
it
to pray.
so bad in that house.
That's
Really, really
creepy.
bad.
So, do you wonder if something happened there in the land before?
I don't know.
On the land itself, around that area? Is that whole area like that?
All around, well, there, just the town. The
A lot of
town.
people act strange. There's a lot of negative energies there.
Yes,
Oh,
you could feel it. You could feel it. Yeah.
yeah, that's
It was,
crazy.
it was like he was telling us, "No, well, I see. They come and visit me at night," he would say. And he would say that
Uh,
he would go and visit him at night and scare him.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
but I don't think it was her. I think it was just the bad spirits.
Something. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
Because
my
he wanted
mom.
them, he wanted him to believe that it was her, so he could have control over him spiritually.
And they
More.
did. They did. Yeah,
Yeah.
they did. And he's still look, and he's still alive. He's still alive.
Oh,
They found him. He was. Nobody had seen him, and they went to go check up on him, and he was on the ground.
what?
He was in the ground for about 2 weeks. He was. I guess he's like
Maggots
a
were coming
diabetic.
out of his
He
Oh,
had worms because he had cut his foot or something, but he had. I guess it turned like gangrene or whatever, and he had worms on his legs, all the way up on his towards his back,
oh my
all that,
God.
and they were surprised that he was still alive.
The
Like
woman
was
that
a
was with him,
wedding.
the woman that was with him was dead
Yeah,
What?
yeah,
because she was a
and they were
witch.
surprised. They were surprised that
She's the
that
one
he was.
that came after me. Because remember the picture I showed y'all, brothers and sisters. I
Yeah.
think I got the picture where I told you that I had a dream, and in the dream I seen was a woman that was with him. They were together,
Yeah,
living together, and
yeah,
she had a chicken. You could see that chicken with no head, and she was like, just dripping the blood on it.
yeah. She was
Right?
something.
So I rebuked her, and Jesus Christ name, and I prayed against what she was doing for her to
Mm.
whatever she was trying to do, the maldad to remain with her. She died that day. The following day, I get a phone call from my aunt that works in the emergency room down in the Rio Grande Valley at a hospital. She told me, "Guess what happened?" And I told her, "Yeah, I already know." So what do you know? I said that the woman Natalia, she tried to do something to
Yeah,
me.
but she turned
Most likely,
cold,
she's not alive.
and
And my
and you
aunt
would.
worked in the emergency room, and she's like, "How do you know that? There's no way you should know this. I'm calling you because I'm the one working here in the emergency room."
Wow.
She
But
was
I
an
told her ahead.
eerie
I
woman.
told her who it was because I seen her in my dream. She was trying to wish death upon me, and the death went back to her.
Right.
She died
She
of
was
a brain
eerie.
aneurysm, if I'm correct, right?
I don't know. He probably did something to her. I don't know. But she was. You would talk to her, and you could just feel that bad energy too off her, and the way she would look at you and like try
She
to
was a
talk to you.
witch. That lady
Yeah,
was she was original witch of that area. Oh, that's what I heard for some people.
That's creepy.
Then this picture was of me when I was in the military, and I asked him, "Why you let her do that? Why you let her after everything happened that she died?" I said, "Why'd you let her try to do something to me?" And he said, "You know how burritos are."
Uh,
That's what he said.
What?
You know how little witches are. But he basically let her do it. So if they were together, what does that make him?
Right.
brujo.
Exactly.
And
Sonny
you remember?
Wallace.
Yeah. Do you remember that one time, Abraham? It was me, you, and Nelly in the truck, and we went for a drive, and we're going down a dirt road, and you started like going so fast, and it wasn't like you, and we were yelling at you, but it was like if something took over you. You remember that
No,
one time?
no.
Remember it? And we're going down a dirt road, and you started going so super fast, and we were telling you to slow down, and it was like I don't know, it wasn't you. It wasn't you.
I don't remember taking y'all anywhere.
No, because it wasn't you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That I don't remember
Yeah,
y'all
Wow.
anywhere.
and because we got the truck back where he killed my mom, and
Oh,
it had blood in it, and the guys cleaned it, but every day it would be there on the same spot every single
What?
day. The blood, yeah, and they would clean it, and it would every single day it would be in the same spot.
That's super eerie.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm trying to find a picture, man, and I can't find it for nothing. It's the one with the turkey.
The turkey. Hey, but I think that turkey was mean, wasn't it?
Yeah, we cooked it for Thanksgiving.
Because it
My
was
grandfather
mean.
would tell me, "Don't get too attached to it."
Oh no.
And my grandfather was had something too with him.
Negative attachment.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. My grandfather, my dad, my uncle, and the other uncle.
Oh
All of
wow.
them. All of them.
A family thing.
Yeah, but I think it was because of my grandma too.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
And
she was the main one.
yeah, that's just wild how like people don't think about their kids and how it affects them.
I mean,
They
like
just
all,
think about themselves.
yeah, like all my kids, they see things, they experience things.
So they're gifted too.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it is in my family too. My grandmother was a midwife. So and she was like a curandera. So she on my mom's side. On my dad's side, I don't know. I just have like no feelings for her because she
Yeah.
was like my mom was taking her to. She would say the same thing. That's what tripped me out because I've heard some things on here. And I don't recall if it was from Abe or from other people, but when we were talking about witches and grandmothers, and I'm like, my grandmother was a witch too because my mom would take her and my aunt and one of her friends to this place in here, and it's a town called Levine,
Hmm.
and it's like south of Phoenix, and she would take her there a lot. And one time, the last time she was taking her, she said she had a jar, and when she was getting off the lady's house, though she had like a nap. You know how they always have like God, the baños.
Yeah.
They had the baño over the jar. Uh, it's like a handkerchief. Sorry, folks.
Hmm.
And she had it over the jar, and when she stepped out, it slipped, and my mom saw like she said it looked like so weird, but it looked like it was skin.
Oh.
She goes, I don't know. It looked like the size of a shirt, you know? She goes,
Yeah.
and I told her, don't, I just got the worst feeling, she goes. And something told me, don't ever take her there again. So she told her, please don't ask her to take her there again because that was the last time.
I remember my Lola, who was she, Abram? She was mom's mom,
Great great
grandma
great
or
great
something
grandmother.
like that. Uh-huh.
Mm.
I remember when we were small, we would go over there to her house and they had all these things hanging from the house. And she would always be doing something. There would always be smoking something.
Sage.
The, yeah, was it Sage? She was a curandera too, right?
Yeah, she was a medicine woman.
Oh,
She was a
wow.
healer. People will go there to get healed.
Yeah. Sobadoras.
Yeah. But she had all this stuff and it looked real scary because everything was hanging, you know?
That's weird,
Especially as a kid, when you see stuff like that, it's like, what in the world?
right?
Yeah.
You start looking around. I rarely spent time with her because my mom wouldn't let me go to her house
Yeah.
because she walked in on her, and that was the last time she went to my mom's house because my mom walked in at night to tell my grandmother, good night, make sure she was okay in the room, and she had these black little creatures. My mom said that's all that my mom. I didn't ask her to describe them, and I should have, but my mom was like, there was a few, and she looked up at her. She said she was like shocked that she kept staring at them, and she's like, my grandmother told her, "Oh, do you like my little friends?" And my mom was like, "No,
Yeah.
don't ever bring them back."
Yeah. What do y'all think, like, um, when people start praying, and they're praying, like, they're like religious, but they start praying like in another language. And they say that they're praying God's language.
Oh, they're speaking in tongues?
In tongues, yes.
Yeah. You know,
Have you ever
I
experienced
didn't,
that?
I didn't, that's so weird that you said that. This is really weird. Okay. Um, I tell people I was raised totally different from everybody else. I was
Hmm.
born into the Jehovah's Witness.
Hmm.
I was going to say program, the Jehovah's Witness program. um, but so uh, I didn't go to any other churches or didn't know anything about any other religions
Hmm.
until I got older. Then like in high school, I started studying world religion. So I was going with my fiance at the time to a Bible study, and that's what they called it, was Bible study.
Hmm.
And I had just read something about that freaking, it's called The Way.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it, but I was like, this is a lot like Jehovah's Witness information that you guys use. Like, this is weird because they spoke in tongues.
And it sounds so, when that
Mhm.
happened, my aunt.
Now, yeah,
Hmm.
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So now I am very skeptical. I'm a very skeptical person. I don't believe everything that I hear, not even if I see it. If I didn't see it at the time it's happening, then, I wasn't there. So I'm just going to be like neutral. I won't say it
Yeah.
didn't happen and I won't say it did because I wasn't there. So they started telling me about speaking in tongues.
Hmm.
Now, the language that you're speaking, you don't know. You've never heard of it before that you know of, but it could be the language of the angels. It could
Yes.
be a language that we speak here on
No.
earth, or it could be any other language. Like some people will start speaking in a language they don't even know, but it somebody else will know it and they'll be like, "What?" But when you speak it, you should also be able to translate it. Because if you
No.
don't, then that's not, you're supposed to be, I was told, you're supposed to be very careful because it can be good, or if you're in a bad place, such as Abe says, if you're not spiritually connected or on the right path and there's an opening, it could be something dark. So you have to be careful when you start speaking in tongues. And you will automatically be able to translate when you speak it
Yeah.
because I experienced it.
I
And
mean,
it was weird. It's weird that I can do it. I could just go off into doing it if I pray. I was told to pray first and let it be word of God, before you go off into it. And then you start speaking. But when I was told, like they teach you, in other words, you know,
mhm,
about it. And then if it comes to you, it's supposed to come to you. If it's meant for you, it's supposed to
yeah.
come for you. And you'll just start speaking. And then it's very emotional. Like I started crying.
Yes, me too. My
I
aunt.
started, yeah, I started crying. And I have a story to tell about that. Now, I had a good friend of mine come over after all of us got together after everybody had gone out. I said, let's meet at my house. So we all met at my home, and even my nephew came, and a bunch of friends got together, And one of my good friends, I didn't know that he was doing drugs at the time. But he was just different. He wouldn't come to see me as much. And I'm like, what's going on? Are you okay? He's like, why? I said, just because, like, you don't come over every day like normal, you know? He's like a little brother. But he said, so we got there and he's like, hey, I'm going to use your bathroom. I said, okay. So he went in to use the bathroom. And the next thing I know, I had a friend standing at my door and I was right next to my door. And we heard something and he heard something and he opened the door. And I go, what was that? He goes, I don't know. And he looked like worried. And I was like, what's going on? And he goes, oh, he went to the bathroom. He's like, hey, somebody's in the bathroom. And I was knocking and knocking. And I didn't know, like, what was, I didn't know what was going on. So finally, I'm sitting there and, women they have strong thighs. So if you push into it, you can push something open. So I pushed really hard into the door, and I looked inside my mirror and I could see somebody in the corner. And when I pushed a little bit more, I saw it was my friend and he was in the corner and he was slumped over. And I just got the feeling that he wasn't there anymore. I felt he wasn't there. And I
Uh-huh.
screamed and I yelled for my nephew. And my nephew comes running in. His friend's there. And I'm freaking out. I said, he's in the bathroom. He's in the bathroom. I can't open the door. And my nephew used to work out all the time. He was, a pretty big, strong guy. And he pushed the door open and he's like, oh, F, something's wrong. And I said, get him out of there. Please get him out of there. And I just felt it. I saw it. I saw it on his face. He wasn't there anymore. He was like, how they get like blue around the mouth and around the
Mhm.
eyes when you pass away. Um, I just started crying and I was freaking out. And I know CPR, but my friend was huge.
Uh-huh.
Like, he was a big, tall guy, muscular. And I was like, oh my gosh. My nephew felt for a pulse and he wasn't there.
Yeah.
I start crying and I said, call 911. And his friend's calling 911. My nephew starts CPR. He starts CPR. He's going on the CPR. The other guy's talking. I'm freaking out. I'm running back and forth because I know he's gone. Finally, I said I needed to calm down. I went over there to him. I touched his head and that's when I went into speaking
Yeah.
tongues. And I was touching his face and I was touching his body. And my nephew's working on him and I'm praying. And I'm touching all the way down. When I get to his feet, I feel his body jerk and he sits up and throws up.
Uh-huh. He came
And
too.
I'm
Wow.
like, oh my God. I just started bawling. Like
Yeah.
I was sobbing, like uncontrollably sobbing. Because when I got to his feet, that's when that happened.
Yeah.
I prayed all over his body and he came back right at
Yeah.
the feet of all places, right?
Yeah. That's crazy. He came back.
And that's what has strengthened my relationship with my creator is all these things that have happened to me, to people that I love. I started for like years in a row. I was losing like 3, 4 people a year for
Yeah.
years. And it started with my mom's cousin. Then it was her sister. Then, because there's years in between, but then my mom said, oh, I'm going to go next. And I was like,
Actually,
Mom, don't say that. And
Yeah.
she's like, well, I'm just telling the truth. And she was the one to go next.
Wow.
Yeah. And then my other aunt, it was weird. Oh, this is a picture of family.
Hey, bro, send me that picture. I don't have no
this
pictures of mom.
this is my grandmother right there, and this is my mother.
Oh,
That's my grandmother. This is my aunt. There's another aunt, and I think that was my grandfather here. He's real old.
oh.
I would have the worst nightmares from that house.
This house?
Yep. That was my grandma's house. Oh my God. Nightmares.
Oh,
And it wasn't nothing good.
mm,
But yeah, the first time that I heard that, somebody praying in tongues,
mm-hmm.
I went and I stayed with my aunt for about 3 weeks, maybe a month. And, I was just, that was when my daughter was like sick. She first started getting sick and stuff. And
Mm.
um, I didn't want to go because I don't want to leave my daughter. But she said, Mom, go, Mom, I'll be okay. So I went. And then I was like really like depressed and I had a lot of stuff going on and stuff. And um, I went to go see my aunt and we're talking and stuff. And she says, what's wrong? And, we just started talking and she started praying over me. And it was like, it like kind of scared me at first because I had never heard nothing like that.
Yeah.
But then it was like, I
Yes.
started crying a lot. I
Oh,
got really emotional. And
right?
after she finished praying, it was like a big old weight. It just, got lifted off my shoulders,
Yes.
and it felt so amazing.
Like a block was
It
there
was,
before, right?
yes, and it was
Like there
like,
was something blocking.
yeah, and it was just, I don't know, it just made me feel like, I don't know, it was just so weird. That had never happened to me.
It's very
And
deep.
and when like my daughter, you know, the same thing I told my daughter, I called my daughter and she was praying, over my daughter. The same thing happened to my daughter. She started crying and
Yeah,
she got the same feeling that I got.
right?
Yeah, and my daughter says, "Mom, it's like I don't know, I just feel so good and it's like I don't know, she just felt different, like me.
Yes,
I never
yes.
felt nothing like that. And I guess it was the Holy Ghost. I don't know.
You're
Well,
right.
nothing really, yeah, it was
Holy Spirit, Holy
yeah,
Ghost.
the Holy Spirit, the Holy
The Holy
Spirit, and
Spirit.
it just felt amazing. I had never felt that before.
I never knew about that. Like, I mean, like I knew about it, but I didn't really think about it or do research about it, you know. Um, but when they started talking to me about it, I was like, yeah, no, okay. I'm thinking to myself, yeah, okay,
Yeah, but
sure,
I didn't understand anything that she was saying. Like,
right.
I don't,
I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna lie. I was being judgmental,
yeah,
thinking, yeah, sure.
like every time my daughter was at the hospital and stuff, and we would hear things and you know bad feelings, I would pray, but then I would call Abram too, you know, and Abram will go over and we would pray and he would bless the room and stuff like that. But something was around her, and you know, she would hear my sister calling her and stuff, but my sister wasn't there.
Wow.
Yeah, but yeah,
Spiritual warfare, very real, brothers and sisters.
yeah,
Right. This is why you
I don't.
know. This is why I know. Like this is real. Like you guys are real. Is because you feel like I felt like okay. I'm not gonna say nothing to everybody because they're gonna think I'm crazy. Like I never went on YouTube and searched for like channels like this. You know. But when I started getting into that um, Dogman channel, that's when I heard Josh. I followed Josh. I've followed Josh since before he had a show. And then I was like hardcore listener.
uh-huh.
And then like barely recently found Abe through Josh. And I was like, oh gosh, Abe is just like the most calm spirit. Like literally so calm. But don't piss him off. Because you could see it. You could see when he's mad. It's funny. Like, it's funny how when you can read expressions on people, you know? But I was like, okay, these people are really cool. I love this. He's very, I could tell he's very calm. He sounds honest to me, you know? Apparently, when the whole family sees things, like, I know this is real because my whole family sees things. It's in your family, it's in your blood, you know? And Abe is like so gifted. I learned so much here that I'm just like, okay, you know, there's some places like they say we're always supposed to meet somebody that we meet because they teach you something. Either it could be good or it could be bad.
Yeah.
And I've learned so much good here about bad. And I'm like, okay, I know I'm working on forgiveness and forgiveness and forgiveness. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
You'll see, I haven't been bringing up anybody else's names up and just trying to stay focused on the show.
Yeah.
That was my
Like,
New Year's resolution was just focus on what I have to do,
Right.
not be focused on other people that are trying to come in a
Um,
negative way. I'm
yeah,
not
all the
going to
negativity, it's not
kill any
even worth
power.
it then. Yeah,
No,
it's not worth it.
you're
You
right.
know,
That's
that's
why
what I
I'm
thought.
not saying nothing about those individuals. You know, even though they come with fake profiles and still doing the same tactics that I seen. They talk badly about brother Armando Salazar. He was a combat brother.
Yeah,
And they talk very badly about him. You know, he's deceased,
he was so cool.
and they were like literally like making fun of him. You
Terrible.
know,
That's the cosa mala, the bad spirits, you know?
you know,
All
Yeah,
that
and
negativity.
Armando was a good guy. You know, he
Yeah.
came to
yeah.
Elmsgrove to investigate, to help me out of what I was going through because he got
Mm,
sent over there to go investigate. You know, and he freaked out what he's seeing. He's seeing, I guess, someone that looked like me out there calling him to go into the woods by his first name, which has never met me before. So he got in the
oh,
vehicle. He went around to where I live, and I was just at my home. So he was, and the question he asked me on a Sunday morning, I think my sister answered the phone. He said, "There's a man here looking for you." And I went, and it was Armando. I never met him before in my life. He said, "I just want to know one thing. How can you be in two places at once?" That's what he told me.
wow.
So yeah, for these people to stoop low and talk bad about brother Armando Salazar and say the things that they were saying about him,
That's
uh,
terrible.
that's first of all that's a no go in my book because he's a brother in
Right.
arms. He doesn't serve our country. No. I went to his funeral. By the way, I went to his funeral,
Oh,
and you know he's in a higher heavenly place. That's one thing you don't do. You know, is make fun of the deceased, make fun of the dead,
no,
because
no.
that will bring bad karma to you. So for
The
Right.
type
whoever
of
that was
person,
with a
yeah.
fake profile talking smack about him, karma's coming your way, and it's because you dealt
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
You don't make fun of the deceased. I'm
No.
just letting you know. And whoever their fake profile was, that was disrespect your brother Armando Salazar. When things do happen to you, just remember you heard it here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters
Yeah.
about
It comes
karma.
back to you. Yep.
What goes around comes around.
You reap
Yeah.
what you sow.
Yep.
Exactly. Whoever that
You,
individual was with a fake profile, I think it was a fake profile. What
wow.
goes around comes around. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I went to his funeral. I went to, it was over there where we've had like several funerals of loved ones. Uh,
Wow.
because that's where he went. The funeral was in Killeen, Texas, where we used to live. And so I went to his funeral. I met his son, met his wife. Uh, but yeah, he helped me out when he got sent there to do the nighttime investigation by Vic Gundov to
Oh,
investigate at nighttime. I didn't know. He said he was going to say some people, but he didn't say who. He didn't say when, but it happened. But yeah, you don't talk about, especially a combat brother. He doesn't serve the military. He
right.
might not be here in the flesh. He survived combat, so that right there by itself should tell you that the Heavenly Father blessed. And then he got sent my way by the Heavenly Father, even though somebody might have sent him. But I believe we crossed paths for a reason. It was to help me out spiritually, to for, and I think that's the only reason that episode is still up is that he witnessed something that was supernatural, demonic, whatever you want to call it. And
Yeah.
and that's one of the reasons there was a fallout there, and he stopped dealing with Big Conduff because he said that he was going to tell him the truth. That he said that I was telling the truth. The story that I shared with Vic was the truth, and in which if it's the truth and everything that I said is the truth, it shouldn't have been 35 minutes or 40 minutes. It should have been a lot longer than that because what I was speaking was the truth. But of course, if somebody's trying to do a narrative that a dog man is just a flesh and blood creature,
Right.
that's all it is. Well, then who's the one that's really full of shit?
Right.
Who's the one that's really lying? When I was saying the truth all along, and
I never knew.
Armando Salazar witnessed it. He witnessed
I,
that he was stupid.
yeah, I never knew what a dog man was. I only believed
Right.
on the stuff that I would see, everything that I would see that I experienced. I never knew what a dog man was.
Right.
So you seen it yourself.
Yeah,
Tell him the
Right.
time you seen it. She'll tell you a story of what she seen.
tell you that it was big. It had to. I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was a shadow figure. It wasn't no shadow figure because
She
that
seen it
thing was.
underneath the light pole that was behind us in the street.
Yeah,
Behind
it
there's a
wasn't.
light pole.
It was standing in the hind legs, and it was
Oh,
it was tall.
yikes.
At first, I thought it was a deer, but it was no
What color
deer.
was it?
She's like,
I don't know. I don't know. I
What
freaked
color did
out.
you see?
It looked dark. It looked dark, but it looked kind of, I guess, like dark brown or dark. I don't know. It was dark. I mean, it was under the pole, but I'm blind. I have to use glasses. But it was in its hind legs, and it was standing, and it looked really. It
mm-mm.
was like halfway up the pole, and that pole was
Wow.
tall. And I kept on looking like, what in the world is that? And then all of a sudden, it just disappeared. I don't know what it was. That
Creepy.
was the first time I had ever seen something like that. And it's
Sometimes they will pick over the vehicles. Uh, my neighbor had an SUV. My nephew is like, "Unc, what is that?" I said, "What?" So when I looked to see at the SUV,
Mm,
because it was like a hill, you could see a head looking at us and peeked down, and that was a
yeah,
tall SUV beside us. So when we went around to see what it was. It was going through the yard, moving real fast. So we went back to the yard, and with that light that she's talking about, we seen something pretty low to the ground. And I said, "Is that a dog?" I said,
yeah,
"Man, that's too long, too big to be a dog." Then it was like on a medium crawl, and I said, "Is that a deer?" And I looked at it.
it was
That
no
ain't no
deer.
deer. What is that? And then it stood up, and you could see how it looked.
Mm-mm.
Looked like a what people, werewolf. I say to me like a werewolf or no,
I don't
like a werewolf. People want to call it dog man. That's fine, but
that.
werewolves like. But this one was tall and slinkish. Looked like a female.
Yeah, yeah,
Was colored brown, and it went running and it took a left behind that mobile home. So we went to the other side of our mobile home. The black one was standing right there underneath a
mm,
tree. Uh, Germans, we had two family of Germans that moved behind us when all this activity started picking up, in which it would leave me with a big old question mark on my mind. Are these Germans werewolves?
Oh, shit.
Because we had that kind of activity, but at the same time, my neighbor would say he would see before they even moved in. My neighbor would say that he would see this werewolf-like creatures out there by the woods, standing on toes. So, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
There. But yeah,
Uh-oh.
that's why I say you gotta be careful what you give a power of belief to. But yeah, they show themselves to you that you'll be able to see it with a naked eye.
Yeah. We're all, uh-oh.
I don't know if it was my Wi-Fi. I don't know. Around this time, my Wi-Fi starts like going on and off. Did that a lot. I don't know
Just
why.
they'll come mess with us. Sometimes you hear
Uh-huh.
on the mobile home, you hear
Yeah.
like a scratch, like a
Oh,
you're like, oh, you like what the hell is that? Because there's no trees beside us.
right.
In my room, there's no trees. There's something
Exactly.
scratching along the aluminum.
Yes.
You hear like the scratching, like something's going around the mobile home scratching.
Yeah.
You're like, what the hell? And then you think, well, maybe it's a person with a knife or something, right? Then you go out there and you see a big old scratch mark. Where you heard the
Yeah.
sound or banging sounds,
Oh, yeah.
big thumping sound like you're going to big old dents up on top of the mobile home. And remember, the mobile home is on a metal frame, and it's very high off the ground that you have to have
Yeah, they are.
a porch. I mean, you have to make your own porch, for the front and the back. So yeah, whatever that was tall. It's something you hear it running on top of the roof, where you could hear the
Oh,
the metal bending in because
Yeah.
it was a sheet metal. We didn't
oh,
have
yeah. The
a
steps.
tile on that mobile home. Yeah, it was a lot of activity like that. That when you hear those kind of sounds, make you think
Right.
it's something real. It's showing itself to you. You're hearing the sounds, and you're like, man, is this real? I guess the dog man or the Chief Skinwalker didn't want us to leave him out since we put spiritual warfare and vampires and witches. But there is definitely witch activity in there in Elm Grove.
That's creepy.
So you will hear her. My
Yeah.
nephew
I
would see
heard.
the witch,
Sorry.
yeah, from the woods. I didn't even know
No.
my sister can speak.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No. I was gonna say I've heard that scratching along my house. There was just a side piece to one side of my home. The other side was a bigger area. So there was no trees, like Gabe said, on that side of my home. This was at night. I heard that same thing happen at my house. I thought my friend was messing around with me because we used to talk about weird things, because he's from the little town that I was from too. So I heard it scraping all along the side of my
Ugh.
house.
Yeah.
Freaked me out. I jumped up and I ran to the living room and I was like screaming at his name. I'm like, you better quit messing with me. And when I got into the living room, he's sitting on the sofa. So my eyes got really, really big. And he goes, what? What happened? I said, you didn't hear that? He goes, no, what? And then all of a sudden, we heard this, like, I lived right by the mountains, and they're called South Mountain. You probably know where that's at now, Beatrice.
Mhm.
The South Mountains. On the other side of it, there's a town called Awatuki.
Mm.
And I lived right up against the mountain. So like 3 houses down, across the street, that was the mountains. So their backyard was big, huge mountains. So we heard this like scream, and then it was like a weird like howl thing, and then it just stopped. It was really loud, and everybody was like turned and looked at each other like, "What the f was that?" And my friend jumped up and he's like, "What was that?" He's the brave one. He opens the door, and I'm like, "Oh my god, what are you doing? Where are you going?" We don't even know what that was. It's the middle of the night. I live in the desert. We don't know what that was. Could have been a big cat, for all we know.
Mhm.
But I never heard a cat like that. And I'm used to, like, I'm old school. Like, my dad taught me how to hunt fish, the way animals sound. You know, you research now. You can listen to whatever it sounds like, and you're like, yeah, no, that wasn't it. There's some crazy things in the desert.
Oh yeah. And then there's nothing blocking the wind, so you're gonna hear echoes carry
Yeah.
Yeah.
through the wind.
And it was from right there, from those mountains that we heard it. Because, you know, you could tell.
I think I heard of the mountain. There's a mountain there where they said there people disappear up there. One of those
Yes,
mountains.
the superstition.
People go out there and investigate, and they never come back from the mountains.
You're right. They're on the east. They're east of us. So that's like going towards Apache Junction, Beatrice.
I really don't go like anywhere. I just go
Oh,
like to the
okay.
school, to my doctor appointments and stuff,
Got you.
but I just stay home. I really don't know. I went to the casino a few times.
Okay.
But I
Oh,
really don't
casino.
know Arizona like that. Or, I
Got you.
I really don't know it because like my son would always work and stuff like that, and I'm just here by myself at the house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
but
it's like if you're driving to go towards Texas.
oh, okay. Oh yeah.
It's way out there past, it's far. That's the mountains called the Superstition Mountains. The natives didn't go, they don't go over there after a certain time.
I wouldn't mind going and just going out there.
It's a beautiful hike. Why did I just have to see that face?
What is that?
What the hell?
That's
Like,
from Elm Grove. That's from Elm Grove.
I just
A
had to see
person?
that face.
Something was looking at me very ugly. Seen the face?
That's
Yeah.
creepy.
She's got the nose and the eyes.
That looks like a Nosferatu.
Oh, but yeah, it's when everyone
Ew.
would take the pictures, and the regular pictures, you can see it automatically.
I saw it
And
automatically on the left side of the screen.
if you mess with the you try to make it bigger and stuff, Hybrid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Uh-uh.
in
I was
the
trying to find the original of it, but that's because I made so you could see the face.
yeah,
I
Yeah,
used
but
it.
I see that.
you
But
can
yeah,
see in the regular picture, like if there's something there.
I saw that right away. Yuck.
so imagine something like that looking at you,
Oh, yuck.
looking at you from the woods, and sometimes you could hear someone coughing, or you could hear somebody whistle, somebody growling. You could hear the footsteps running towards you. Yeah.
Yeah. This looks like really like a freaking vampire.
A vampire.
But I think Look,
Look at it.
unless Josh Turner wants to go investigate with me, brother Josh Wolf, are you there? You can be the volunteer.
Come
You
on.
can be my bait. There's a pillar that goes into the ground like a sword thing that sticks out of the ground.
But
I believe that's where the if it was a Nosferatu that I seen or something that transforming whatever creature was that seen that's in the sonar and it hurt my ears and made me feel like everything flipped upside down on me. I know where it went to because it moved the metal plate to the thing. It moved it and it went down in there. So whatever it is that's there in Elms Grove, if it's something in the flesh, where's all these cryptid hunters and all these people that are looking for cryptids? I think it lives in the solar system. It might be it's in the solar system or an underground cave down there. Something that is coming from under the ground. If it's something that's in the flesh, but I have captured a lot of things that are supernatural. And this, I think I have a picture of the sword thing. You know what I'm talking about, right, Beatrice?
Of the sword thing. I think
Sword,
so.
sword.
Oh, the sword.
Josh just replied.
I'll show you the plate, man. It's huge. We could send Anthony or Tony down in there. They probably
Madeline,
fit better.
tiny.
They probably fit better in us because I don't think I'll be able to fit through there.
Come on, Madeline's tiny.
Oh yeah, we can send Sister Madeline through it.
Hey, she
We can
has
send
a
her down in
friend.
there with either with a Paranormal Ron T-shirt or the Spiritual Encrypted Encounters T-shirt. Send you with a necklace of protection. I think I have a picture of this pillar that I'm talking about. Well, it's those cement things, and then it's got the metal plate.
I think,
It,
yeah.
it's got steps that go down in there.
Ah, I'm sorry, I'm gonna bust up laughing at Madeline.
She said, let's send Tony.
And Anthony everybody.
She said, hey, don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. I'll let y'all talk, and I'll find it, and I'll put it up. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I got attacked there numerous times. I don't know who
You,
this Alexander.
Abram,
you know,
do you remember the time when you and Guy were gonna go play pool?
Yeah,
But you did Elms Grove, not Elms Grove, but the other house, 2-story house.
yeah.
And that when y'all came back, I was like out of it.
Oh yeah, you went off on him with a.
But let me tell you what happened.
she has a bad
It
temper.
was, it
Yeah.
was no, it was like I was hearing things and seeing things, and I took the kids to the room upstairs,
Oh,
and somebody was knocking in the window, and there's no trees in the window, and it was a 2-story house.
uh-uh.
And then all of a sudden, it was like I was getting angry and angry, and you could smell like poop, really strong poop.
What?
And it was like really bad, and I like turned on the candle, and I was trying to pray, but it was like 3 knocks on the window. They kept on knocking, and I don't know
Uh-uh.
if it was trying to take over me or whatever. And I guess
Oh my God.
it had like this rage, and when I attacked my ex husband
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
with a dustpan,
she went off on him with the
Yes.
dustpan.
and then Abram grabbed me and yelled at me, and that's like I didn't know I like came to. Uh huh.
Luckily, it was dustpan.
Yeah, it was a dustpan.
Luckily, it wasn't something else. Oh my gosh. That's kind of
It was
scary.
just weird because
Imagine
because
that she went freaking Michael Myers on them with a dustpan.
Michael Myers.
and Abram grabbed me by the arms, and he grabbed me so hard that I had bruises on my arms. I didn't even know.
Oh my
I was like,
god.
"What in the world?" Yeah. Yep.
And I was like, "That's what you get for messing with me with that fork when I was a kid."
Oh,
No, but I don't remember.
No,
You
because
know, I don't remember.
she had like brute strength. You know, like she wasn't herself. Yeah.
And Abram said, "Oh my God, I he had to like really hold me back, you know."
oh my
But when
gosh.
and he yelled
And the
at me.
brother was feeling good. He was drunk. You know, and she was just
Okay, boy, but I smelled like the real strong poop, and I know that's bad when you smell. And it had an odor like egg and stuff like that. You know, it
Oh,
just
yeah.
that's bad. I know it's bad.
Yeah.
And then the knocking. Like, who is knocking in the window? It's a two-story house. There's no trees next to it. You know?
That that would
Yeah,
have
yeah,
been creepy. Yeah.
yeah. But that's that only time that ever happened to me.
there was activity over there too. That's when I lived in. It was called Acorn Creek.
Yeah,
It was pretty bad in that area too. The doorbell was always going off, and I was like, maybe it's a malfunction. Then we start hearing door knocks. And we open the doors, nobody there.
yeah. But I think it would like follow us. I really think it would just follow us. But
Yeah.
but then again, like you could see, like those little kids. I could hear shoveling. Shh.
What?
Yeah, like at like at 3 in the morning, shoveling. Like if somebody was making a hole.
Oh my god, that's creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, we didn't. We wouldn't go investigate on the. We'll tell her about the woman you received. Yes, sir.
Oh, that lady in yeah, the one in the wedding dress. But that was broad daylight. We see her walking.
What?
From the woods
Here. Yeah.
behind the house.
Hmm.
She would go through the. It was a barbed wire fence. She would go through the fence, walk through this little. What do you call it? Like it's got cement so the water could run through. And then there was a little bridge up there where the sidewalk was.
Canalito or whatever. Yeah.
She, yeah,
The
she walked.
drain was.
She had black hair. You couldn't see her face. She would walk through there, and then she would disappear at the bridge.
Yeah. And she was in a beautiful wedding dress. Yep, it was a full dress. Broad daylight.
So we want to go investigate because back there you could hear a pond because you could hear the frogs. So we want to go investigate, and there was like a barn, and we found a cemetery back there in the woods, an old cemetery.
Oh wow.
I will never forget that monkey. My neighbor and
Tell them the story.
my ex-husband were making fun of me. Like, there's no damn monkey here. I'm like, yes, there's a monkey.
Oh,
It looked like
what?
a damn monkey. It was big, yeah, and it was swinging on the tree. And it was all black. It was black. It was like a black because it was dark outside, and that's all I could see was black. And it was swinging on on the limbs on the tree.
Uh-uh.
Yeah. And I got scared. The kids were already asleep, and I was in they were upstairs asleep, and I was in the living room, and I was like, "Oh my God, what is that?" And
Right?
it was swinging on the tree.
Oh,
I was
hell
like,
no.
"Oh, maybe it's the neighbor, the one that's schizophrenic, and he got on the tree." But
His name is Kiwan. Thought he was Kiwan.
no, but it was big. It was big.
That's
To
creepy.
this day, I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was. What do you think it was, Abram?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
It was big. It was big,
Seen-
like a person, but it was big.
That's creepy.
It was swinging from branch to branch,
What?
and then it disappeared. Yeah, I got scared.
Yeah, there was a lot of activity in the chimney. You could hear a baby crying. in the
Uh,
chimney. This house was built from the ground up, and you hear a baby crying in the chimney. Her children would see a little boy and a little girl on the
was
second floor
scared
tapping on the window.
in the window.
Oh,
Mhm.
They were there. It was a two-story house, so on the second floor there would be somebody tapping on the window, telling them to come outside and play. It was a boy and a girl,
oh wow.
which was a ghost elevated in
Vampire.
the.
In the air.
Among vampires.
You think so? Oof, that was so ugly.
Yeah. They
It
want you
was,
to let them in.
you hear all the children running down the stairs.
They were all
There's
Uh-huh.
scared.
a little boy and a girl. And I
And I
go look
mean,
up there, open the door, the window. There's nothing there.
there's nothing there, but I mean, I believed them because I could hear the shoveling and stuff, and somebody would knock in the window, but I would
Yeah.
never look. I didn't want to look. Like, screw that. Leave me
Uh-huh.
alone. Just leave me
Yeah.
alone.
I don't want to see.
Yeah.
And my niece will tell me, "Oh, the little boy and the little girl at the window. They want me to go outside and play with them."
But they would be scared. They would come and wake me up. I would get up and I would turn on the light and I would look and like there's nothing there. And I said, and I would let them come and lay down with me in the room. But yeah, there's just a lot of scary stuff.
I'm trying to find that the cement thing that we're gonna send Sister Madeline and do an investigation for us. She can represent PRT and spiritual encrypted encounter.
This spot pic is freaking me out. It
I'm
looks
trying to
like
find it, man. I can't find it. What's going on? Okay, I'll change it. Sorry about that. I forgot about it.
Oh, she got booted.
Who did?
No.
But I do get another picture for y'all. She said that she'll investigate from the corner. I'm still trying to find it. We lost Sister Cynthia. Hope the vampiro didn't get her. I hope she got the garlic over there. This
Oh,
the one of the succubus.
what is that?
It's a succubus. It's a mobile home. It's right outside her home, right by the window where Chris and Ricky was sleeping.
Ugh. For somebody was looking at me through there.
There's a familiar. Oh, there she is. She's back, I think. No, she's not back. So there's a familiar, and the succubus is right there behind him. The
You think that
succubus
was
is,
the thing that was looking at me through the window?
yeah. And here's the other one standing here. She's even got a tail. You see the tail?
Uh,
But there's the body, the brown one that we seen. Pretty tall. Okay, let me go back. Man, that's crazy that I can find this photo of this pillar. Like, you don't want Sister Madeline to go investigate it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I'm gonna show you the last thing that I seen at Elms Grove. The last time I went there, this is what happened, sis. I'm gonna show it to you. Something knocked the big tree down,
the tree?
and it blocked the path. Check it out. That's a path of Elms Grove. Last time I went through there,
Yes.
and it got dropped. The tree got dropped and blocked the path.
Yeah, I remember. I remember it was like that.
I guess somebody doesn't want us to go through there, right?
I think that was.
I'm trying to go through these photos to find a picture to show them how this cement thing looks like. So what else do you remember?
Mm, let's see. I don't know. Trying. I'm trying. I don't know. I don't know, but I can't remember. Sometimes it just comes to me, and because I get little flashes and stuff, but sometimes I just forget.
I'm still looking for it. See, I can find it. I guess I'll share photos along the way as I'm looking for this photo. There's another photo here. See what you see in this picture.
I remember you were skinnier there, but that's all it.
Yeah, about 220, 225. But I got the walking stick in my hand.
Yeah,
But look
I
here,
am.
look at the tree. Look at this. You see, like ears. There's a
Uh,
face.
I
What do you
can't
think
really.
about this?
I can't really see. However, give me that. But I can't. Ooh, if I get close up, it's all blurry for me because of my eyes. Que mira como algo chiquito. See if I can make this bigger.
I'm searching and searching, trying to find this. I'm not sure a picture with the maybe I'll see anything in here. I think I see something in this photo also, but I'm gonna send it over. Some of the activity, the Elm Scroll, where there's energy, the surface is up out of anywhere.
I just
Yeah,
had a one
check out this.
blonde moment.
Oh man,
I
it's not big enough.
okay.
That's okay. You see that energy right there?
The white.
Let me crop it, make it bigger.
Jeez.
I don't know if I can make it bigger or not. Uh, it's not letting me.
I can
Uh,
I can see it. I can see it. It's,
I'm trying to find the pillar, man.
That's where the bright lights are, real shiny.
Yeah. I'll be damned. Can you find that photo? Nowhere. No, when you're trying to find something, you can't find it. Uh, I guess it's one of those photos that I won't
Well,
be able to share.
you got a lot of photos, Apron.
I know.
By the time you go through all the photos,
Yeah, I have a lot of photos.
I have not seen that.
Was that?
Oh, I'm reading what they're saying. Fine.
Okay, I'm gonna go look through here.
Has anyone had has anyone ever had a dream where they're walking in a dark tunnel and there's a lot of people in the dark tunnel just walking? Everybody's walking. Have you ever had that dream, ever? But
I've
all
had a dream of a light in the end,
no,
and
but all
I'm getting pulled from the left to the right by dark shadow figures.
yeah, but all the people in the tunnel,
Oh
you
no,
know that they're dead, and you're walking in there with them, and you're walking and you're walking. It's a dark tunnel, and it is at the very end. There's a light.
yeah, I had that when I drowned in the swimming pool when I was
Yeah.
11.
And they're just pushing you. Everybody's just walking and walking, and it's like a cave, and it's just so dark. And then at the end, you wake up. I hate those dreams.
I'm not sure. I pictured to you. You tell me what you think of this photo, right? I'm just trying to figure out which one to show you. You tell me what you think of. All right, because I can't find the one that I'm trying to show. But
There's somebody standing right there.
that's on top of the trees.
Really? Wow. Standing right in the middle. Somebody standing right there in the middle.
Right here, right.
Yep.
That's on top of the trees over there by the creek on the other side of Elms Grove.
It looks
We used
like
to
a
go
man.
fishing. Where we used to go fishing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
The person holding onto the tree.
they're
Well,
literally on top of a tree. I'm just trying to figure out how they got on top of the trees like that.
con las manos like holding onto the branch.
Shake your screen over. I'll leave that picture up there for a little bit so people can check it out. That's where brother Armando Salas are at the encounter of what he said that he seen me calling him by his name to go towards him, to calling him by his name, but I never met him before. I didn't even know his name.
you can watch it. I think I
What's
saw
that?
our show on, I think Cinemax
Cinemax.
or Peacock,
Mm-hmm.
Hulu. I've s- I've seen them on there. Yep. I don't know Cinemax. I think it's Hulu or Peacock. I'm like, oh Lord.
They were showing us on TV.
Yeah,
Guess those shows were pretty popular because they keep on showing them.
yeah, and they're all on the platforms and stuff.
How many platforms are they play on?
I've seen them in, and I think I've seen it in Hulu, and Peacock, and that one channel. What is it?
Texas brother Todd.
Um, where they give like the supernatural shows and stuff like that. I forgot the name of it, but I've seen them.
Supernatural shows.
You know, like the where it first came out on Neighbor.
Hulu. Travel
No, no,
Channel.
no. Huh?
Travel Channel.
Is it the Travel Channel?
Yeah. Discovery.
Yeah, where it first came out in net. Was it a Netflix? Netflix too? I think it was a Netflix too. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I know I've seen it. I've seen it around.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the picture, and I'm sorry. I have to do an apology because man, this picture is hard to find.
So y'all were talking about vampires.
Yeah, they said that the witches were battling vampires in Salem. Something I don't know if somebody made it up that way to make it seem that they're battling vampires. But I was telling
Is there a
sister
vampire?
sister Brenda that our grandmother used to have a lot of garlic all over the house.
Yeah. I
Where's
don't
all the
think
Bigfoot? Where's all the Bigfoot lovers at?
the Bigfoot.
Yeah, you know how finding Bigfoot can never find Bigfoot. Well, I think I found him.
Let's see. Hey, Brad, what the heck is that?
There you go. There you go, Bigfoot. Beloved. The Bigfoot's been here so long that he knows how to throw the sign.
What the
There you go. Y'all seen the air and spiritual encrypted encounters.
Bigfoot
I'm not
has a
gonna say. I'm not gonna say it's somebody in a costume.
Bigfoot has a six pack. Look at his six pack.
Yeah.
Wow. What in the world, Bigfoot? An echo? Is there an echo, Abram?
An echo? No, I don't hear an echo.
Because I'm hearing echo like a dark noise. White noise. And I have a fan on.
And here's a picture of me looking at.
Hear about an echo every time it's only when I talk to my daughter on the phone, it sounds like that echo and there's like a noise.
And here's a picture of me when I look at at the people that throw me the for 2025.
It's Chevy Chase.
I'm like, it's you again. And here's a picture of the trolls from 2025 of plotting against me, saying,
So
let's go mess with Abe Science.
Hey, Todd has a question about.
Yeah, I told him that it was in Texas. Oh, where was the negative energy downtown where y'all grew up in?
Where was the negative energy?
Or the town itself?
Yeah, the town itself. You could feel it as soon as you hit the you enter that town. You could feel it.
See, I want
It's
to
a
know the name of the town. It says,
oh, the name of the town,
yeah.
Raymondville, Texas.
Because I'm done looking for this pillar thing because it's not showing itself. Uh, let me go look over here through Messenger, see if I can find it there. Let me take this one off.
You still
Yeah, well,
searching the picture?
sometimes, brother Todd, where lakes, creeks, here in Texas especially, there's a lot of limestone, and limestone stores energy from the sun, and which is like an energy conductor. Which where there's locations where there's a lot of limestone, you catch a lot of paranormal activity because of the limestone. So that town where we grew up in Removille, there's a the town is built in limestone itself. So we catch a lot of paranormal activity there. Yes, because of the limestone.
Yeah, a lot of people experience things. A lot of my friends they did.
So right now I'm going to look through his messenger, but you can tell them some of the activities that you experienced there, sis.
Well, it's you know I've already said April. Let me see.
No, that you experienced and remember with your friends, what they
Oh,
experienced.
well, they would see shadows, dark shadows. Sometimes we would like. This was like after my. I remember. Well, when I would go with Nelly to the movies after mom passed away or whatever, and we would be walking home, and there would be dark shadows following us. Sometimes we would see it up. Sometimes, and she would take me all the way home, and then she would go home by herself. But yeah, it's just you would hear things, a lot of things, see a lot of things, but it was you know shadows. It was a lot of dark shadows. The brujas.
Todd said, thanks, just wonder where I did so and so I know never to go here, go there.
Oh Lord, tell them to go investigate our house.
Yeah,
See if they
spend
can.
one night there at the house.
Not even one night. It
Half a
was so.
day.
It was so bad when I lived there in the house. I was the last one there and back home. It was so bad that I couldn't even stay there anymore. I would go stay at a friend's house because my ex husband will go fishing, and I was there with the boys, and I couldn't sleep. I would stay up because I could hear and see things, and somebody would be. I would see shadow figures. I could hear somebody walking inside the house. I could hear um, the dishes, like if they were washing dishes and moving around and stuff like that. I would see somebody in the back room. Um, and like I say, there was somebody outside of the window where the fan was, and somebody was smoking a cigarette, and I could see the eyes. um, it got so bad that I was, just sitting there with a knife, and I just couldn't take it anymore. So I started going to spending the night at a friend's house. I wouldn't even stay there at night anymore because the activity was super bad.
There we go, Richie.
You found it?
I'm looking for it still.
Oh Lord, Abram.
Yes, I can't believe I can't find the picture.
I would uh, I would always have nightmares from Grandma's house. Did you ever, Abram?
Sometimes, yeah.
That
I
I
think
would walk,
there's a portal there in the living room.
yes, in the living room, but it was all the dead people. I would see a lot of dead people in there. Even when we would go over, it just felt so eerie, and your skin would you would get goosebumps. I would get goosebumps. I was scared of her.
See, I can find this photo for the man. It's gonna be hard to find. Yeah, I'm not able to find it for some reason. I'm gonna have to go back and do an investigation and take a picture of it. Open up the plate is the metal plate that's on there is pretty heavy.
It's like a hatch, Abram.
Yeah, the big old metal plates, like in the sewers or the streets, the fierro, the
Uh-huh.
metal. Yeah,
I don't think I went in that deep.
well, that's where I think it went through down that. I know, and it's like I can't find that photo for nothing, and I've searched and searched and searched all the archives here, and I can't find it. Maybe it's not meant for me to show, so nobody will get any funny ideas and try to put in there.
That's nice.
I'm looking one more time here, yeah, but I don't see it. I think I might be able to find it through the video of. I don't know.
Well, next
I'll
time,
try to, for
look
next
for
time.
it.
I'll look for
Next
it.
time you can show it.
Yeah, and with 4 hours and 33 minutes, we put an all nighter here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters.
Yeah.
But I think, and we're still 38 strong here of people. I mean, I do got I could probably look it up through YouTube. I'll search
Does anybody want to
comes from
hop
the
on
States.
and share a story that happened to them?
Was it?
I'm saying if anybody wants to hop on and share a story that stuff that happened to them, what they've
Oh,
seen or
I think let me check search for this video. You know what, if I can search for it. So I can find the pillar. I think I have a video, but yeah. Any other anything else that you remember? Tell them about the shadow figure,
what shadow figure?
the
Which
ones that
one?
the little shadow figure that you thought it was that was able to mimic us, like make our appearance.
The little shadow figure.
The one
The
that you were
one.
playing with.
I wouldn't play with one. Would I? No. Remember the little boy that would run around the house?
A little boy.
Yeah, I say it was a little boy. I don't know. It was a little kid. He would be running really super fast. But you know what? Now that you say that, remember one time that we were playing hide and seek, and there was a little boy, and he was talking to me. I was small. We were all playing hide and seek. We were outside, and then I was hiding on the side of the house, and there was a little boy there, was talking to me and stuff, and then somebody called me, and I turned around to look, and then I turned back around, and he wasn't there. It was in the side of the house. I remember that, but I was small. I was small. I think it was mom that had called me, and I told her that I was playing with the little boy. They were playing hide and seek. I think I was probably like 6 or 7. I don't know, 6. I don't know.
And how did it look like?
A little boy.
But like Mexican little boy.
I don't remember. But I know it was a little boy with black hair. But I was small, Abram. But all of us were playing though. I think. I don't know. I was so small. Maybe it was a chocolate man that the kids would see. I don't know. That's what they would say. The chocolate man that he would like be crawling on the ground in the house.
In the house.
Back home, yeah. The chocolate man, that's what they would call him. Maybe because he was dark. Bulto, the chocolate man. And they said that it would scare him because he would be crawling on the ground trying to get them.
I think I found something here of the thing that I'm talking about. So I'm gonna share it in a moment. I found it, Sister Madeline. Brother Todd needs prayer.
Spirit.
Heavenly Father, at this time, we'd like to pray for Brother Todd. As we place Heavenly Spiritual Cross on it, from head to toe, we place Heavenly Spiritual Crosses on his doorways, on the doors, on the windows of his house, on his property. We pray, Heavenly Father, if there's any for him to be protected by you, Heavenly Father, as we tie under rebuke the form of witchcraft, necromancy, with attachments that would be trying to cause him to be and for you to continue to use them as a testimony, Father, a testimony for people that might be spiritually addicted at one time, but they, Heavenly Father. Again, I better rebuke any negative entities, wanting spirits, for Brother. This we pray, Heavenly Father. Amen.
Amen. It was what?
Was that?
I'm trying to read what they're saying.
We're going to place a little thing that Madeline will investigate right now. I'm going to place it right now. All right, I'm sending it. It's only a little one they can go. Sister, and investigate the song from Mission Impossible. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, here we go. Maybe she'll know what I'm talking about when I share this photo. Not this photo.
No.
You see it?
Yeah, is that where the little shed is in there?
No,
It's around there? No?
that's by near the path of Elk Grove. There's like a. Let me see. Let me. You know where the entrance is?
Uh-huh.
To the far left. If you go to the edge of the woods, there's a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
gap,
Yeah.
and that's in there. Well, that
Wow.
day
It's
that I
to the
ran into
right,
it, the
not the
metal
left.
plate that's on top was
Yeah.
moved all the way to the side, and you could see stairs, like steps going down to the ground.
Ooh, you should have gone in there.
So, Sister Madeline, are you up to the mission? You see, it's got the metal plate here. That you can remove this. It's got
Yeah.
stairs that go.
Under the right there. What in the world?
I believe it went in there, and it
That
was huge too. And
pin ones.
it fit his whole body in there. That went down the steps. I never got the courage to go down there to find out where they lead to. Mind you, they can go real low to the ground. So it's probably a low crawl to go in there.
No way.
So, Sister Madeline, are you up to it?
I'm gonna take that phone here.
I don't know if she's up to it.
Yeah.
But that's that pillar. What would that be considered? A pillar?
Yeah, it's just a tunnel to go underground for the sewer, for the like the
Yeah,
sewers.
you take the top off, and there's metal frame that goes down to the ground, like
Yeah,
stairs.
they're in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, all those are along the creek. There's a bunch of them.
You know, I never saw one in there. But then again, it's up to the other side. Yeah.
So who wants to go check it out? Sister Madden, are you up to it? The guy would say that they're underground. So
Yeah.
there's others like that, like the streets. Say they will hear activity underneath the ground. They will hear growlings underneath the streets, hear movement. And he said that they live in the ground. So if there's something that's there, it's of the flesh, well, where's all the cryptozoologists, all the crypto hunters, people that hunt with their swords, what a welcome to come check it out.
If I would hear a growl, a cackling, a laughing,
One time, Beatriz,
somebody
I found a
crying,
shoe. I found a shoe
it was a
of a
kiss
little
shoot.
of a
Yeah.
little girl right here. You know
I
those
would
black shoes, like a dress shoe?
see.
I have
Yeah.
found it right here. Brand new shoe on the ground by
Yeah.
the stand.
I remember. I remember you told me. If I ever hear something like that, shh, shh, I'll run the other way. Hell no.
Yeah, I think at the 5 hour mark, we'll call it a night. We got 11 minutes, like 14 minutes.
Mhm.
And that picture of the one, the face that everybody was freaked out about, is from this area too.
Is that a tree back there or somebody standing back there?
I don't know. I'll have to look in the video and look the video more.
Let's see. No, it's a tree. Somebody was standing back there.
I do got a creepy one, by the way. Me by the tree line, by the woods, and like something there. If I can find it, probably I can find it. There's so many freaking pictures in here.
I have to turn the things so I can see it.
You used to cut through those woods all the time.
Not all the time. I would. I did. I did a few times. De repente se parece que está algo ahí atrás, pero. Oh, the dog.
Okay, we'll settle down.
That's some it vibes right there.
From what?
It vibes. Pennywise the clown.
Yeah, who wants to? Where's Sister Madeline? I spent all this time looking for it, and I finally found it. So she wants to go investigate it. It's from the same area.
Yeah.
I do get a creepier one than that too, or something that's creepy. I just need to find it.
I was I talked to sis and I was telling her, asking her if the song that mom would sing to Julie when she was a little baby, if it was Senora Santana, and she said it was that one. Hey, Brad.
Mm-hmm.
Senora Santa. You remember that song, right?
Yeah.
You sang it to baby Abraham when he was a baby. I was singing it to the kids.
I would hum it.
Uh-huh. But that was the song. I get chills thinking about it.
Sing the song so they can hear the song.
I don't want to sing the song. You sing it. Señora Santa, ¿por qué? Oh, how would it go? Porque
Porque
yo
llora niño.
por una manzana que se le perdió. Vamos a la tienda a comprarle una. That's all I remember. But that
What you
song.
do if you go back to the house and you start hearing the song in the house coming out of the last room?
Ugh, I wouldn't be scared. I would go towards the singing. Would you? I would
Uh,
go towards the singing. But I would pray at the same time while I'm walking towards the singing. That house is just something else. Just imagine all the bad spirits are just in that house and never left. You know what I mean? They're just dwelling there.
yeah. Well, you think about haunted homes. This will normally happen.
Yep. Because you can feel it, Abraham. You can feel that it's so bad in there. All that bad energy. And it's so heavy.
Here's a picture of me when I was being spiritually attacked, brothers and sisters. Here we go.
Hello, what I just woke up. What in the world? Just none of you. Let's see. Why he look like that, Abraham?
'Cause I was being spiritually attacked. My photo got
Yeah,
it just,
I've never seen
yeah,
that one.
yeah, yeah.
Your face looks all distorted.
Yeah,
One side.
yeah. I was struggling.
Yep, I see it. Man standing.
Yeah,
Yep, I see it. Bulto negro. ¿Qué es eso?
it's right there behind me.
Oh, yeah. Look at it. You can see its face. Es una bruja.
Yeah, the
Look
bruja
at
from Mel's Girl.
esa bruja. It looks
Can you
like a
see it?
duende. Es una bruja, yeah.
My sister's saying there's a witch.
Me mira la cara. Remember the other picture that you had? That you showed the face of the bruja?
Mm-hmm.
That looked exactly like her. Like the other picture, April. Look at that. That's misma cara.
Yeah, she is. But there's a pillar. Whoever wants to go investigate, I would I would say go in there and investigate this pillar. 'Cause I believe there's something down in there. Me personally, but you don't want to go in there if the creek rises, because then you'll be swimming underwater. There's Sister Madeline. There you go, Sister Madeline. There's the pillar I was talking about. You can send the duende down in there to go investigate it.
Oh, it's late already. It's gonna be what is it? 37 over here. It's
We
4:37.
got like about 4 minutes. Let me see if I can put it right here. Oh, this is creepy right here. Check out this one. Look right here, sis.
I know. I see it. I see it. It's peeking to the side.
Look at that
I see it.
ugly face. And there's
Let me see.
possibly another one down here. There's several here, but this one for sure you can tell.
I que tiene cabello largo.
Oh shoot, what happened? Booted me out. You don't want to be found. Mr. Mellon, you hear the superpower video game noises when I go down the tunnel.
It's for Mario. He's gonna hear it. Feedback. Hold on, I hear it. Oh, feedback, Abram. You can hear something, Abram?
They're saying about some feedback, so let me take this off here. I don't think I have nothing on.
I have a fan on.
Oh, maybe that's what it is.
The fan?
The noise, yeah, could be.
It's probably the fan that I have on.
But here's one more before we go. Oh man, can't see the full face, but it's right here.
I see a nose.
Yeah,
A nose and does it sound staticky or something?
I don't know. I think we're gonna call it a night. Let me share one more picture. Here we go, one more, and then we'll call it a night.
Okay. Yep, see it.
Standing right here.
Yep. I could see it, and I have the phone like far away.
And possibly something else beside the
Go,
for sure.
yeah, right there.
There might be the one that was smiling on the video. Might be the one because it's in the same area, just a
You
different
see
location. And here's her face.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm.
Beatriz.
Yeah. The other night, like 2 nights ago when we had gone on live, I don't know, it was like I would try to sleep and I could feel something in here. I could feel, and it was like I couldn't sleep because I could feel something, and I had to pray because it was like I was waking me up, and it was like coming into my dreams, like in a dream, and I had to pray, bro. I had to pray. It just felt so like there was somebody here, and it was coming in my dreams, and it was like bad dreams.
Look at that face.
Yeah.
Somebody said that they're hearing a beeping sound. I don't hear nothing
A
on my
beeping,
end. And
nothing either.
but anyways, we hit the 5 hour mark. Is there anything you would like to say to the
A
viewers
message in
before we
Morse code. Really, a beeping sound? No, there's no beeping sound.
I'm not hearing nothing.
Ooh. Oh,
Is there anything you would like to say to the viewers before we go?
well, just say a prayer. Say a prayer, and
Well, I prayed earlier. Let me take the picture off. Freak anybody out. Sorry about that, folks. You know what I mean? I get a little carried away with the pictures. You know, I got videos too, so I'll try to mix it up a little bit with everything. And but yeah, is there any advice you can give to the viewers?
it's in
I
the
know
back.
we was talking about certain things. The number one thing, even though I was talking about spiritual warfare, vampires, and witches, some of these videos you gotta be careful because
It's in the background, Abram.
depends what kind of witch it is, and then depends the sometimes the ones you believe, right? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to make a video of vampires being good, just like they make videos of witches, you know. So just be careful what you believe would be my Jerry Springer assumption. Be careful what you're giving power to. If you want to have faith and believe in something, I would say have your faith and believe in Jesus Christ
What the?
because He's the one that can help you spiritually, heal you from your ailments, and He can bless you also. I think you're
Oh
going in and
wow.
out. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, it is. It's freezing. God bless
Alrighty.
everyone. Good night. Yeah, it's going in and out. Now I
Okay.
can hear it. It's like freezing.
Is that Wi-Fi?
No, my Wi-Fi's like it's good. It's all lit up. Okay, I don't know. Bueno, well, good night, y'all. Good night, bro. Love you. Get some
Good
rest.
night. Love you too. But we can finish it up with a prayer because we did share those pictures. Heavenly Father, at this time I'd like to pray against any photos that are said here to write us to the economy stories. We take authority in your name, Heavenly Father. Pictures, videos, stories, that events, we type under Jesus Christ. Uh, for nothing to affect us or the viewers of spiritual encounter. And for you to continue to protect us and guide us like you have been doing, Heavenly Father. and to bless me to be able to come up with more material and other things. Your guidance, Heavenly Father, uh, and to protect our loved ones at all times. This we pray in your heavenly name. Amen.
Amen. All right.
All right, sis. You have a
All
good
right.
night.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you for jumping on. Well, there you go, folks. 5 hour show when you have family on, talking here. It's good to talk about the things. As you can see, as just my sister, I do have other family members. Some do not remember because they were too young, uh, which will be my younger brother and sister. For those that are near my age, you know, they remember the events that happened. So the only thing we can speak of is of what we went through, which, like I said before, I think one time that if somebody's got something written on a piece of paper and they're reading off a piece of paper and it's not coming out of here, be cautious with that, because when somebody experienced something, they're going to remember how it happened, when it happened, and they're going to remember play by play. Uh, so just be yourself. Sharing is caring, and it's about helping out one another spiritually, doing the good works. But in saying that, thank you, Sister Madeline, and all the moderators, Sister Cynthia, Sister Brenda, my sister B, and all the new people that jumped on here, Brother Todd, and others that jumped on here, Sister Ivy Ramirez, and all the viewers. Thank y'all for tuning in. God bless y'all. Y'all have a blessed Monday. This is Brother Abe C.S. Sarncias, signing off of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Have a blessed day, everybody.